Okay, and we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everybody to the live stream, and we'll just get right into it. We got a lot of viewers already in the chat, so if you are watching, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to leave a like. Whether you're watching live or watching on the replay, be sure to leave a like. I appreciate it very much. And, well, what a crazy day today was. That's a bit of an understatement. But, you know, last night, or yesterday, I should say, this British guy with a decently sized Twitter account just retweeted some of the clips from my Vice panel, and I was like, that's pretty cool. I woke up today, and like every single Daily Wire host was reacting to my Vice panel and talking about it, and Matt Walsh name dropped to me, and it was pretty epic. It's been a crazy day. Okay, I'll say it's been a crazy day. Frankly, it's been a pretty stressful day, and you might say, why has it been a stressful day? Well, it's been a stressful day because like I always try to keep up whenever I get any form of like publicity or whatever. I try to keep up. I try to thank the person who did it because it's like, you know, they're giving me a platform, amplifying my voice. So I always try to reach out and, you know, thank them and all that stuff. And I couldn't keep up. It was insane. It was insanity. And I know we have a lot of new viewers because of that. So I guess before we get started tonight we're going to be reacting to some of that content because I figure it'll be fun. I figured since we have so many new people, it might be worthwhile to actually introduce myself, which I don't think I've done in the content forever. But in short, you know, my name's thevincedao. I am 19 years old. People are often like, how are you 19 years old? I'm 19 years old. I am allegedly, emphasis on allegedly, a college student at the University of Florida. Some have said that. I don't know if that's true. I can't confirm that. But I'm a college student and just, you know, aspiring to do the conservative media thing one day. Obviously, right now I'm doing that part-time in an apartment, but you never know. I don't know. Well, I will say this. You guys support, you guys leave a like on the stream like I said, I don't know, maybe it'll be a bigger thing one day. But yeah, that's basically who I am. Last year we went on that Vice panel, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. So we got some super chats, and if you guys want to support the channel, feel free to send in a super chat. I appreciate it. It's very much appreciated. Ron for $2 says, keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Ron. And Mark Galen for $10, thank you very much, says, you were on the Salty Crackers restream. I heard about that. I've not seen that yet. Maybe we'll add that to the reaction list. But okay, let's just get right into it, folks. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to react to some of the different content we've been featured on. So I was going through this for time, and I think we're going to cut out. Let me just turn this on here. We were going to cut out the I'm cutting out the Michael Knowles one because we did a video on that yesterday, and this is going to be a pretty long stream. I get the feeling about. So we're cutting out the Michael Knowles one because we already did that. So shout out to Michael Knowles for being the first one to cover it. Based. We love Michael. But I'm going to be reacting to Matt Walsh's coverage of the clips in the panel, okay? And then I'm going to do Ben Shapiro, and then that's going to be the Daily Wire people. But the conservative ecosystem is not just the Wire. So Paul Joseph Watson also did a reaction video on his second channel. We'll check that out. Actual Justice Warrior. And then if we have time, we'll also do Black Conservative Perspective. Okay, that's a lot. But you know what? You know, if you guys support, if you guys stick with us, we'll go all night. Who cares? I'll do it. Okay. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get right into this because I don't have much else to say about today other than, you know, God is good. God is very good. Remember that because it's very true. I don't know. You know, I try nowadays not to get, because I've been doing this since I was in like high school, right? So nowadays when like, you know, viral moments happen or I get, you know, publicity or whatever, it's cool, but I don't get like, oh, you know, about it anymore. But today I have to admit, I thought about it a little bit. I was like, if like in high school, like you used to watch all these people and now they're making videos about you, it is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. And so, you know, the Lord blessed me a lot today. Jesus Christ is King of Kings. What else can I say? All right, let's get into these videos. Thanks for the super chat.
A few weeks ago,
we got Gabriel Rod. He just sends $20. No caption there, but thank you very much, Gabriel. I appreciate the support. God bless you. $20. We are racking it in tonight. Thank you, Gabriel. Appreciate it.
Vice held a panel discussion with young Asian Americans. And here's how they describe the point and theme of the conversation. What does it mean to be Asian in America? From hate crimes to the model minority myth to affirmative action, a politically divisive panel hashes out the most controversial issues facing the AAPI community.
Can I make sure, is the audio good for you guys? Put one in the chat if the audio sounds fine. I just got to make sure. We did the State of the Union stream, and there were some problems. I will just say there were some issues. Okay? But we got Brendan for $10. No message, just sends $10. Thank you very much, Brendan. Big support, big numbers tonight, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are very epic, okay? Helping pay my college tuition. Just kidding, I don't pay tuition. D Run for another $10. Let's go. Says, thanks for giving me faith in the next generation. You're sensible, respectful, and reasonable. Keep it up, brother. I'm trying, all right? Try my best out here. I appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for all the support tonight, guys. This is crazy. We got 235 in the chat. 235 viewers in the chat. Be sure to leave a like, okay? Let's get to 200 likes or something by the end of this segment. But all right. Let's get into the video. You guys think the audio is good? All right, then we're good.
Community today. Now, this is the kind of discussion, especially when hosted by an outlet like Vice, that is nearly certain to be excruciatingly boring and annoying. It's already guaranteed that the panel will be stacked with leftists, and leftists are ideologically required to never...
I will say this. He's not entirely wrong. I've been watching a lot of the Vice panels since mine because now I'm interested in them because I did it. Let me turn on the slide. Actually, I did it. I went through the experience, and so now I kind of want to see how others went. Ours was very interesting, very very fiery. Because I was instigating it, you could say, but because I was there. You got to have a very loud, strong presence there. And specifically because the liberals on the panel were very, very effeminate, either because they were women or because they were very effeminate men. You got... Don't worry about that. You get this, you get naturally kind of an over-emotional response, and that much is very true. But I've watched some of these other ones because I've been looking maybe some of them are good reaction content for, just normal content. And a lot of them are so boring. They did one today recently about colorism, which I don't even know what that means. I guess it's the idea that it's not even racism. It's colorism. I don't know. But apparently they didn't have a single conservative on the panel. Okay. They didn't actually even represent ideological diversity. I don't know if they did that booking after the VinceDao incident of October 14th, 2022, when they taped it. I don't know if after that they're we can't do this anymore. But ours was interesting. The feminist one with Pearl Davis, Sydney Watson, that one was very fiery, very entertaining. After that, these things have all been massive disappointments from the ones I've seen. Incredibly boring, incredibly lame. But all right, let's see. We got more super chats. Okay, Brendan for another $10 says, listen, as a VinceDao nationalist, I got to support the channel. Keep up the great work. Well, I appreciate it. God bless you. Seriously. It's an honor. And Stefan for $20, let's go, says, can't believe you're only 19, inspiring. Keep it up, praying for you. Thank you very much, Stefan, and I will pray for you too. This support tonight is insane. We got Mrs. Bunnies for 140 Canadian dollars. Guys, what's going on tonight? Oh my goodness. We got this is the Daily Wire audience, isn't it? It's a lot of boomers, Gen Xers, older people. See the people who have careers, they're sending in the big bucks tonight. No shame to the donors that we had before, okay? Because I appreciate everyone who supports. But this is just insane. This is insane. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bunny. And she just says, Matt Walsh sent me. You rock. Well, thank you very much. Go tell Matt that. Thank you.
Never say anything remotely interesting, especially when the subject has anything to do with race or ethnicity. But fortunately for the viewers, there was at least one young man who managed to make it onto the panel.
Let's go.
Despite having a mind of his own. A Twitter user named Calum posted a couple of videos featuring this man. Vince is his name. And his contributions to the conversation are quite interesting. The clips are
named, base.
revealing and instructive, and also kind of hilarious. Not because of what Vince says. I mean, what he says is good and is correct. But there's nothing hilarious about saying something that's true. What makes it funny is because of how the other people on the panel react to him saying those things. So watch this.
Assimilation. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a burden? Is it an opportunity?
I think assimilation is not just a great thing, it's a necessary thing.
Huh.
No society can hold together. Okay, I got to figure out a way to do the super chats because I'm going to be pausing like every 2 seconds at this rate to do them. But one more time, and then I guess I'll check them like every 5 minutes or something. But Trung Lee for $20 says, awesome job, Vince. You've brought hope to this country. Thank you very much, Trung Lee. Appreciate it. Okay, God bless you. I don't know what else to say. Thank you for the 20. And you know, I hope so. Not in the sense that I want to give anyone false hope, okay? Because everyone, I get this comment a lot from like older people. It's like, you give me hope for this country, and it's like, I don't know if most kids my age are. And I don't even say that in a self-centered way. I just mean it seriously. Like, I don't think most kids in my age are like me, right? But it is what it is. But I do want to give people enough hope to where they're not totally I want to give people realistic hope, right? There's a balance. Because on one hand, I don't want people to think that everything is fine, because this is not the country of the 1950s. This is not the country of the 1980s. This country is in a very bad state. But at the same time, you know, you have to fight and you have to do something about that. And I don't want people to be so discouraged by everything, which happens a lot, you know, so discouraged by everything to where they just give up on it. So thank you very much for the 20. And Zeb Boykin for $100. What is happening? $100 from Zeb says, what's a Canadian dollar? Never heard of her. We got a national rivalry going on in terms of the donuts. Hey, well, we love our Canadians. We love our base Canadians, all right? You know, frankly, the majority of them, whatever, are even bigger failure siblings to the north. But I'm not gonna stoke that competition in the chat. We love our Canadian supporters, and may they fix their country. But thank you very much, Zeb. $100. This is crazy. And Marie. Okay, hold on. Let's just go through all of these. Okay. Maharba for $10. Thank you very much. Just keep growing. We need more young people like you. I appreciate it. God bless you. Brian for $20 says, Matt sent me here. Thank you, Matt. New subscriber. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Brian. Insane support. This is crazy. God is good. God is so good. Brendan for $10 says, me, when I'm also Gen Z like you, as I'm only 21, I just work hard instead of school, so I have ideals and beliefs that somewhat align with older generations. God bless you and everyone in the chat. Thank you very much for the 10. And, you know, many people question why I'm in college to begin with, and I question it too. But, you know, this is very true, okay? And so if you're 21, you're already working, and you're, you know, clearly doing decently for yourself, you're in a good spot, and you're really like the 1% when you think about it. Not the 1% in terms of income, just the 1% in the sense that you are doing something exceptional that most kids your age aren't doing. Our age aren't doing, I should say. Because either they're in college and being useless. You could make that case about me. I don't know. Okay, at least I do a part-time gig, which is this, but whatever. Or they're not in college, but they're just working McDonald's, retail, whatever, which is also useless. So thank you very much for the 10. Brendan. Aben for $2 says, keep cashing in on the publicity. Aben. Well, thank you for the 2. Appreciate it. Travis. I can't keep up with this. This is crazy. Oh, no. Tavis for $20 says, you deserve all the support, man. Keep it up. I appreciate it. God bless you. Samuel for 20 says, here after your Vice debate and Matt Walsh's plug, great job, and glad to see your voice is being heard. Thank you very much, Samuel. And I got to get on with the video. We're gonna be doing this all night, but let's go through these, okay? Battle Gnome 23 for $10 says, doing my bit to help out a poor marginalized minority in post-Trump's America. Thank you very much. Okay, I appreciate. If we do this, if we like make this every stream, I could literally drop out and do this full time. I'm not gonna do that yet, but just FYI, okay? Thank you very much for the 10. Gabriel Rod for $100. $100 says you will be successful because you are young and that is a form of wealth. Use it. Daily Wire is here sharing. It's so true. It's so true. Sharing the wealth. Sharing the wealth. Thank you very much. $100. This is crazy. God bless you. Joseph for $30 says keep up the hard work, Vince. Looking up to 100. Looking forward to 100K. Thank you for the 30. Absolutely insane. You guys are just trolling at this point. You guys, I can't get on because there's too many super chats, okay? But we're going to read them all, all right? Thank you very much for the $30. Absolutely insane. Aaron Chambers for $20. His second donation was Democrat for 10 years. You deserve this. Keep up the hard work. Thank you very much, Aaron Chambers. I appreciate it, and I appreciate that you're on the white side. Wow, that was a gaffe. That's going to be taken out of context. The right side says, I'm glad you're on the right side. I'm glad you're on the winning side is what I was trying to combine there. But, minority can't use English correctly. Okay, thank you very much for the 20. God bless you. Surfing Cowboy for $10 says, joining the good vibes. Happy to see you get more exposure, bro. Thank you very much for the 10. And, okay, this is going to be the last dono, and then we'll go on, and then we'll do more donos, okay? Brendan for $20 says, listen, the job I'm currently employed at is only a part-time gig until I get this book published. Okay, well, let me know when you get that book published, okay? We'll get the whole chat to go buy it, go read it, all that stuff. But congratulations on that, LMAO. Yes, but keep going, dude. We are the future of this country. We need to lead the new generations in order to save this country. So true. Okay. My gosh. This is nuts. Okay, all right, back to the Walsh video, and any new super chats we get, I'll read them in a few minutes. Okay, a few minutes from here.
Where people have nothing in common, they don't speak the same language, they don't practice the same things, and you may look at something like just food habits or what you eat and think that's fairly frivolous, but the truth of the matter is that on a broader level, when we're talking about more big picture things, differences in race, culture, religion, all these.
So we had this discussion before about food and people saying, I went to school and my food looked funny, and that and then they cut that all out and just put my discussion about food habits, which makes it sound like I was just bringing up something totally random. But we had this discussion because the guy on the left was like, I got bullied for eating Asian food at school. And when he was in elementary school, and he basically explained how that's his lifelong trauma. His lifelong trauma is getting bullied for eating Asian food at school. Which, actually, funny story about that, and I actually told this. The same thing happened to me when I was in kindergarten, okay? I don't think I was eating, super Asian food, but I wanted to bring chopsticks to school and eat with chopsticks because that was, what I like to do at home. And even my mom was like, don't do that because you're going to get, kids are going to think you're weird, whatever. And I was like, I did it, and, I don't remember exactly what some kid said something, and then I didn't even take a big deal out of it, but I told my mom, and my mom was like, okay, well, yeah, see, I told you shouldn't do it. I was like, fine, okay, so I brought a spoon to I started bringing a spoon to school, and it was whatever, but to this kid, that's his lifelong trauma, okay, when it's everyone got picked on to some degree in elementary school, you know what I mean? It happened. I picked on people picked on me. I wasn't a bully, okay? But there was trash. There was a mutual. I was not a bully, for the record. I was not a bully. But there was mutual trash talking sometimes. We messed with each other. There were rivalries, that is what happened. No one's making lifelong trauma out of it, but everyone's talking about food this, food that, and I basically said, okay, because on the question of assimilation, is diversity our strength? I was like, yeah, nobody's disagreeing. It's nice that America has such a wide food selection. Okay, that's cool, Like, I think most people would agree that's a nice aspect of quote unquote diversity or whatever. But it's like, what I'm trying to point out is that, when you say diversity is our strength, there is much, much more to society than like food. Okay, that's arguably like one of the least important things there is when it comes to, is your society weak or strong? And so that's why I bring up in this part, I'm like, well, we can talk about food habits because we spent like the first 10 minutes talking about food. And then they cut out because even Vice was like, this is irrelevant. We're not. But we spent the first 10 minutes like talking about food and how people think our food is weird. And I finally was like, we can talk about that. Yeah, whatever. But like when it comes to assimilation and diversity, that's not what matters. It doesn't matter what food you're eating, really. It's not super important. What's super important is like, can you communicate with each other? Are you on the same wavelength? Do you have functioning community with one another? Or are you in a perpetual state of social revolution and civil strife with one another? So that's the point I was trying to bring up in this. But let's see. Okay. All right. Let's continue here.
These things, people have fought wars, violent wars, killed each other over these things.
Lifelong trauma. Really, my great-grandfather served in World War II and World War I. Sorry, and food is trauma. Give me a break. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's such, as cliche as it is, it's real. It's such a first world complaint. I mean, it really is. I got bullied in school because white kids said I ate weird food. Big freaking whoop. And let me also discuss this. This didn't really happen so much in elementary school. In fact, I don't think race was ever really a thing so I grew up in Los Angeles, for the record. Okay, obviously I don't live there anymore. But I grew up in LA, and I think through like middle school, nobody really cared about race, right? The kids just got picked on for doing things that were different than the normative trends. And so I never got bullied I hate that term bullying. Okay. Cause first of all, I was not the kid just getting picked on all the time in elementary school, but to the extent to which someone said something mean to me, oh, that's bullying. What the heck are you talking about? It's like, I don't know, but whatever. Okay. Occasionally, what kids would make comments about them. I'm not going to use the term bullying because that's ridiculous. That's not. What does that even mean? Whatever. Okay. But like, I remember in like third grade, because I'm like an ethnic eater. Okay. A fun fact about I will eat exotic food. And so I was talking about how I like duck. Like duck's very good. And these kids were like, oh, ew, you eat duck? Like what the heck is that? Like that's the type of stuff that I think happens in school, But never once ever growing up was it a matter of like, you're white, you're black, whatever, until high school. In high school, I very often noticed, and this is Los Angeles, so maybe it's different in other places, but in high school, I very often noticed that it was actually the white kids who got like picked on. Okay, and I went to like a minority white high school. There were probably like 5 white kids in my graduating class. Okay, because Los Angeles, the demographic changes through the years. That's what it's like. Okay, it's not like the high schools that you see in those 80s movies, okay, in SoCal. No, not what I went to. And I remember not just kids, but like teachers and administrators would like make sly comments against the white kids in sports. Coaches, especially like black coaches, would literally discriminate against white kids and like not be fair to them. Like this stuff happened. And so point being, none of that stuff ever happened when I was young on the basis of race. Not on the basis of being different, sure, but on the basis of race. But it was when we got to high school that I actually saw the white kids actively get bullied. And it was really only the white kids. All the other minorities all basically ganged up against the white kids. It was not pleasant, I'd have to imagine. Kongman Lee says, I'm Vince Dao. He's the real Vince Dao. Yes, this is real. We're actually switching. All right, let's get the super chats a little bit here. Brendan for $10 says, okay, this is truly the last dono of the stream. Thank you, Brendan, for the support. Okay, he's closing out his tab. We said last call. He's closing out his tab. But thank you very much for the 10. God bless you. And he says, but I agree with you, assimilation is necessary because if you have a nation where people can't communicate, it just falls apart. Yeah, exactly. And not just on the basis of language. Let me be clear about that. You know, I think communication goes beyond language, but I mean, like, that's a start. And that's all we ever really got to discuss in this panel. And even that alone was just out of control. Like, they just went crazy over that. But thank you very much for the 10. God bless you. And Mary, that is a creepy profile picture. Oh, that's just a black cat. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Disavow my statement. No, but I was looking at the monitor and it looked like a face, like a burned face with like eyes and a mouth. And I was like, that looks like that's so. But I'm looking at it closer. That's just a cat, right? Okay, so never mind. But Matt Walsh sent me 21-year-old. God bless you and thank you so much for what you do. SBG for life. What does I keep seeing, what does SBG mean, chat? I don't know what that, I don't get the reference. Southern Baptist gang? Well, probably not if you're coming from Matt Walsh's. I don't know. Can someone tell me what that means? But thank you very much. $20 from Mary. Matt Walsh's subscribers. They got the moolah. They're going crazy. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. God bless you all. Patrick for $5 says, "Hey Vince, new subscriber here. I saw you on Matt Walsh and came right to your stream. Can't wait to watch the rest of your debate." Thank you very much, Patrick. I appreciate the $5. I appreciate all the support from you guys tonight. It is insane. And to everyone watching the stream, we got 330 viewers right now. Everyone leave a like. Let's get to 300 likes in the next few minutes here. Okay. But everyone, go smash the like button right now. And I appreciate the support. Thank you for all the super chats. I'll get to some more in a bit, but we'll continue here. But again, if you want to support, of course, super chatting or buying a channel membership is the best way to do so. It's a stream raid, Vince. Yeah, real. Thank you, Matt Walsh. Shout out Matt Walsh for the raid. Very epic. Okay, let's continue.
Things for thousands of years if America is to hold together.
True, too. Okay, I mean, diversity is our strength. Diversity is our strength. The story of human history, besides the basic fact of the fall of man, the story of human history largely is human beings uniting over similarities and fighting over differences. You know, like tell me that is incorrect or inaccurate or wrong. You can't, because it's absolutely true. It's not disputable. It's 100% true. But anyways,
Together, assimilation, not just
SBG equals sweet baby gang. You guys are gonna have to explain that reference to me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Now, am I a sweet baby? I guess. I don't. But what does that mean? Someone explain it. Someone explain to me what that means. Sarah Martinez says Vince is a Florida man. Yes.
good or bad.
I'm a college student in the state of Florida.
Necessary. I don't think it's going to be possible for America to survive as a stable, functioning society if people don't, to some degree, say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
But who gets to choose it?
The majority culture, I suppose.
And what's majority culture?
The people with power.
And who's people with power?
Who's people with power?
White people.
Well, I don't know if that's.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
White people. It's okay.
I don't know if.
White people. You're gonna say it. White people. White people. Okay. I heard, allegedly. I don't know if this is true. I can't confirm this. I know she's a mom. I can confirm that, which is unfortunate, just for, America's future children. But I heard she's like actually 41 years old. That's what someone said. I don't know if that's true. You guys can like look that up. I figured she was like in her 30s or something, maybe late 20s. Because it's like the purple hair, and to her credit, if she's 41, she looks very good for 41. But she has those like Asian aging genetics. It's favorable to Asian women. They do pretty well with that. But assuming she's 41, or even if she's 30 and just a mother and a wife, this is like middle school, high school, teenage girl behavior. And then you notice that's how she was for most of the panel. White people, yeah. Period. It's like, dude, you're like 40, allegedly. I don't know. But that's what leftism is. Leftism is a movement of overgrown children. This is true. And And I think that's partially why the system nowadays tries to make young men and women as adolescent as possible for as long as possible, right? Because, you know, it is a childish mindset that enables an NPC, a Democrat voter, a leftist, right? Because there's something about conservatism in inherently realizing just reality, coming to grips with reality that requires maturity, right? And I think this is why most older people are conservative, is because being conservative requires a level of maturity and realization and acceptance of reality, right? It is the young leftist typically who is the naive, starry-eyed idealist and radical revolutionary, etc. But now notice what the system does. So first they said go to college, which most people used to not do. So now it's okay, everyone has to go to college. But now it's not just, well, you go to college, you can't be competitive either. So you got to go to grad school, and, you know, with Obamacare, you got to be on your parents' insurance till you're 25, and then debt, this and that. Millennials move back in with their parents and live with them till they're like 30 or whatever, right? The prolonged adolescence of leftism, or of the system, I should say, is breeding more leftism, and this is kind of the structure, the point of it all. But all right, let's get back to some super chats here. All right, it's been a few minutes. All right, so Brendan for $5 says one more before the true tab closing. Well, I'll consider this as the tip. Okay, we'll label this the tip. You know, so you have your bill, and then now here's the tip you can add on and sign. Okay. I am not a Matt Walsh watcher. I just randomly stumbled on your channel and vibed immediately. Well, thank you very much, Brendan. Thank you very much, Brendan. I appreciate it. Let's see. I want to get what does Sweet Baby Gang actually mean? Let me see here. Like, what is... I know it means Sweet Baby Gang, but like what's... Okay, so that's just Matt Walsh followers? That's it? There's nothing beyond that? There's no like specific. Okay, so just Matt Walsh followers. All right. Okay. Let's see. Great content, but you're about 3 decibels too high on your mic volume. You're coming in too loud. Well, I think so too. But on the last stream, people were like, "We can't hear you." Okay, I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay, how's this? Is this a little better? Put 1 in the chat if this is better or worse, okay? 2 if it's worse, 1 if it's better. CDub46 for $20 says, came from Matt Walsh. The way you handled yourself while being surrounded and attacked showed maturity well beyond your 19 years of age. And Sweet Baby Gang is Matt Walsh's fan club. We're not allowed to explain beyond that. Okay. All right, I guess that's it then. It's just Matt Walsh Gang. Okay, well, thank you very much for the 20. CDub46. I appreciate it. God bless you. Crazy support tonight, guys. Crazy support tonight. All right, let's see here. Shane for $10. Okay, people are saying it sounds better. All right. Okay, Anthony, let's see here. All right. Oh, sorry. Shane for $10 says SBG equals Sweet Baby Gang. We're not allowed to explain it. Either you know it or you don't. Matt will ban us for tattling. Lol. Well, I feel like I deserve to know. Okay, I don't. Do I not deserve to know? I'm on the inside. I should be on the inside like team now too. I mean, I was on the show. I don't know. But thank you very much for the $10. Appreciate it. Shane Walker, shout out. Gabriel Rod for another $20 says Sweet Baby Gang SBG is the Matt Walsh cult. Lol. But we're here. Walsh just pointed you out. We definitely decide. And yes, you earn it, man. Thank you very much, Gabriel. I appreciate it. God bless you. And God is good. God is good. Anthony H for $10 says, you did a great job with that much tension in the room. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Anthony H. God bless you. And Neem72 for $20 says, you are on your way to being a star. So happy I was introduced to you. Keep it up, bud. Thank you very much for the $20. This is insane. Diego for $10. Diego Cervantes for $10 says, way to keep your cool among those emotional clowns. God bless you. God bless you too, man. And this is true, but I don't know if I can keep my cool right now with the crazy donation levels we are getting. Appreciate it. Okay, appreciate all you guys. Appreciate all you guys. 370 in chat. Yeah, real. Okay, 400 likes. Everyone watching, leave a like right now. Let's get the 400 likes while we watch this. Okay. Again, if you want to super chat, feel free. I shouldn't say be sure. Feel free to do so, and I'll read them in a few minutes.
That's necessarily so true. I mean,
The stream's gonna go for like 6 hours because we keep getting so many super chats and then the pausing. Whatever. If we have viewers throughout the night, we'll go as long as it takes. Okay, we'll go as long as it takes.
I don't
elaborate.
I don't think a particularly white quote unquote interest controls things like
In America.
pop culture.
Do you believe
Well, I
white
think-
supremacy exists?
I think there are people who believe in it. I think
There actually is an inherent bias against white people in pop culture. This is undeniable. I mean, look at the movies that come out of Hollywood. Like, it's not complicated. Look at the thing that Disney just did. There's very obvious stuff like that. Okay, there's very, the woke movies. But I would argue it goes many levels beyond that. And pay it, the Super Bowl's on Sunday. If you're not watching the Super Bowl, then I guess you can't do it. But if you do watch the Super Bowl, here's the VinceDao challenge to you, okay? Watch the commercials and pay attention. See, A, how many white guys there are in the commercials, but that's not the important part. B, how many white men in commercials are portrayed in a positive sense, okay? Me and one of my friends have been noticing this because we watch college football. We've been noticing this on all the commercials, okay? Every corporate random commercial that comes out of just, TV nowadays, when they do portray white men, the white men are almost always like effeminate and skinny and frail and like weird looking. Usually their role in the commercial is to do something very like dumb, or they're the punchline or whatever. And the only exception I ever see to it is when there's a celebrity in the commercial. You know what I mean? Like if it's like Julian Edelman, Tim Tebow, Tom Brady, then obviously they're just a white guy in the commercial. But I'm talking about like just random white guy actors that you see in commercials. Pay attention to this when you watch a Super Bowl. See, you can count on one finger how many you're going to see that are actually like portrayed in a masculine positive sense, that are not emasculated and effeminate and skinny and weird. And I would say that truck and Jeep commercials don't count, is what I'll say. Okay? Sometimes you'll see truck commercials where they understand like that's the only way they can sell them. So I would say don't count those. But outside of the truck commercials, the one last thing that, strong men have, pay attention to in the commercials you see when you watch the Super Bowl, how many white guys there are that are not portrayed like doofuses. Okay? And of course, they're going to call me a crazy conspiracy theorist and white nationalist or whatever for pointing this out. But I'm serious when I say this. It's every single commercial. It's every single commercial you see. Okay? And if this is not deliberate, then you wouldn't see it in every single commercial. Okay? And I'm the criminal for noticing what's very obviously going on in this stuff. Yeah, okay, sure, right? I'm the bad guy for pointing out that this is quite literally exactly what they're doing. If it's not deliberate, if it's not going on, then why is, it's just a magic coincidence every single commercial you ever see on TV is like this? Pay attention to it, because it's real. It's very real. So check that out, and pay attention to it. Pay attention to it. I mean, you can't point that out. And they always talk about accurate representation, right? When I was in high school, we did this whole discussion about how media has to have accurate representation. Well, I hate to burst your bubble here, but not every white guy in this country is effeminate and skinny and emasculated. Okay? That's not an accurate portrayal of white American men. It's actually a very inaccurate portrayal, right? So, anyways, let's go take a look at super chats here for a second, because I saw some of them on the side of the screen. They were going nuts. All right, let's check it out. We got here CDub46 for $5 says, you were on the show, but Sweet Daddy Walsh has his rules. Okay, I guess I'll stay in the dark then. I don't know what else I can do. Thank you very much for the $5. Very epic. Clayton for $2 Canadian says, can we get you the Daily Wire contract? offered to Crowder. Well, thank you very much for the Canadian too. Hey, listen. I'm not here to comment on that whole, situation drama. I did do a video on it, but like I said, okay, it's a dispute between two figures that I'm not there. But I will say this. I will admit this. If I was handed a $50 million contract for some rights to like manage my pages and stuff like, and be under the same monetization terms I have now, I don't know if I'd say no. And in all on, I don't know if I'd personally say no. Okay, to be under the same terms, but I understand the concern that Steven Crowder is raising too. Okay, I don't think he's a bad guy, but it's like when you're a broke college kid. And if you got a $50 million contract, I don't know. I'd think about it. Okay, I would think about it. I don't know. But thank you very much for the $2 Canadian. And Sam Donovan for $5, let's go, says, Vince, been here since 2020, longtime supporter of VinceDao nationalism. Thank you very much to Sam Donovan. Very epic. Appreciate it. God bless you. And you're an OG. You've been here since the beginning. That's epic. That's epic. Enclave Nationalist for $5 says, Vince, can you please put Dick Richardson and John Henry Eden on the thumbnail for the President's Day stream? Thank you very much for the 5 Enclave Nationalist. And if I remember, okay, how can I put John Henry Eden's not a person? You want me to just put a computer on the thumbnail? Okay, for you. Well, just remind me on that day if I forget. But I'll put them as Easter eggs. I'll put your Enclave references as Easter eggs. Okay. Thank you very much for the 5. Appreciate that. Brendan for $10. We are going crazy. We're going crazy tonight, folks. He says, okay, just F it one more time. It's an issue. Please stop me from donos, please. But seriously, I'm a very light-skinned mixed Latino. My mom is white, and my dad is Salvadorian, and get trashed for it and called white. I dealt with the same thing growing up. I'm part white, too. And, everyone talked on this panel about, oh, they wish they were white, whatever. I don't know what they're talking about, because actually, this part is true. I talked about earlier, like, no one actively came after you for it. And so that part is true. But when I was growing up, I did kind of instinctively hide my white side, right? Whenever we did Multicultural Day, I only talked about how I was Asian because, like, it was, you seem to get more props. People seem to think it was cooler if you were ethnic. You know what I mean? And as I got to middle school and stuff, I kind of just began to implicitly understand, like, there's a bias against white people, so hide the fact that you're white. You can pass for a minority, just that. That's what I did growing up, and so that's why it's weird. Some of the people on this panel were talking about how, like, oh, I effing hated it about myself that I always wanted to be white, and it's like I don't know what these people are talking about, and I grew up in LA, so I'm sure it's a little different, but I think a lot of these people did too. When I was going to school in LA, I always tried to hide the white side because I implicitly understood that there was an advantage to being a minority and that there was a bias kind of culturally speaking against being white. And so I always, and I look back and I kind of dislike the fact that I ever did that. Right. Because, my white ancestry, my Italian ancestry has a lot that should be celebrated and honored and that I am now proud of. My Italian side came here in I think the 1900s or whatever, the early 1900s or something like that. But great grandfather, World War II combat veteran, sharpshooter, in the U.S. infantry, and then my grandpa was a patrol boat captain in Vietnam, and he has a whole bunch of medals, 2 Purple Hearts. And I look back and I'm growing up, I was almost in a sense, I wouldn't say ashamed of it, because I never really thought like that to be telling, oh, I can't believe I'm part white. But more so I didn't really take great, pride in it or whatever, because just culturally speaking, it wasn't advantageous. And now that I get older, I'm starting to be no, you should embrace that. Why because they call you half bred, and even in this panel, people were attacking me for saying that I was part white or whatever. It's like, how are you gonna, like, I don't see why I'm supposed to feel insulted by that. Like, my white side of my family has contributed a whole lot to this country, and to this society. And there's some like great men in that lineage, combat veteran, like my family has seen a lot of combat, like the veterans. Like, it's not just, I was in World War II, no, like they have a lot, they have a lot of stories to tell. Let me just put it that way. Okay. And it's like, I'm supposed to suppress some of the coolest family stories I have because they're white. So screw that, right? Screw that. Like, I am part white. You're not going to use that as an insult against me. I love my white family, and I love those roots of myself, and I think that's perfectly fine. And as a matter of fact, I think that's actually good, right? Like, my family has good stories to tell. My Italian side specifically. So thank you very much. Let's see. Let's get caught up here. Arnie for $5. Thank you very much, Arnie. Good to see you. Says, before you know, all of the AV crew will be chilling in our corporate offices. Keep up, Chairman Dow. This is just the beginning. God bless. God bless you too, Real. Here's to our future in my water that's in a wine glass. People are always like, why do you drink water out of wine glass? First of all, it holds a lot. And it's like, it's elegant. It's elegant. What can I say? I have my aged fluoride water, okay? The fluoride has been aged 50 years, okay? Do you know how many frogs were chemically altered with this? That's a joke, YouTube. That's a joke. Okay. All right, let's go down here. Surdy Tate for $5 says, will you join the Sweet Baby Gang, Matt Walsh's gang? Sure. Also, will the stream be uploaded later? It's going to stay up. It's just the replay is going to stay up. So if you want to go watch it back or you have to do something, don't worry about it. It'll be here. Okay. All right, are we caught up? I believe we're caught up. All right, I think we're caught up here. Okay, all right, let's continue. Crazy numbers. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Be sure to leave a like. Let's get to 500 likes. Can we do it? Chat? All right, let's continue.
I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So you don't believe in white supremacy?
Do you believe America is a white supremacist state?
No, not at all.
And not found.
No white supremacist state would even allow us to be doing this. I don't understand. So white supremacists, there's just KKK people walking. Actually, I go around New York City. I know.
So, we kind of had this discussion earlier, so I'm not gonna get into it. Continue like beating the same bush, but it's like, forget the fact that I guess this is I'm on a debate panel, okay, so we never really got to have deep conversations on anything, which is understandable. But not only are there not KKK members just walking around America, but like I said, like I talked about with the whole Hollywood thing and commercials and all that stuff and institutions and all that stuff too, if the system were constructed by white supremacists, it would actually be doing quite a horrendous job. Such a horrendous job for their own interests that they're actually hurting themselves, right? Because like I said, like we talked about, there is objectively a bias against the white people in institutions, right? Like white people have to work harder. They're the victim of diversity quotas. And when it comes to college, you could say Asians too. But in a lot of other spheres of society, it's only the white people that get the that have the system literally just physically stacked against them. And it's like, if this is a white supremacist constructed system, it's probably the most incompetently white supremacist structured system ever. Because not only are minorities, with the exception of Asians in school, you could say, but for the most part, just in general in society, not only are minorities uplifted and given inherent advantages and benefits in our country, but white people are actually have, like I said, in most institutions, when it comes to all of this stuff, actually a bias working against them. That's inherently true. So, great job, great. All right, let's continue.
It's that, like, I guess Brooklyn a little bit different. Most of the people here are not white, and they're doing their thing. So I don't understand.
What does doing their thing mean to you?
Going to work.
Are they making the same amount of money?
I gotta say, I like this Vince guy. I mean, I like it for all the reasons that everyone else on the panel is shocked and horrified.
So true. So true. I like you too, Matt.
By him. First of all, his point about assimilation is obviously correct. A nation must be bound together, united by more than just the simple fact that all of its people exist inside the same geographical boundary. And that's even more the case today when the geographical boundary is so porous.
Roberto Gonzalez for $5 says, "Let's go, Chairman Vince. Saw you got baptized. Wow. Wow, that is a small world. Okay, you gotta message me sometime. We'll get lunch or whatever. But keep up the great work and God bless. Appreciate you, Roberto."
And apparently, according to this administration, negotiable. So we have to have something else holding us together. To be a people, not just people, but to be a people, we must have a shared culture, shared values, shared traditions, a shared language. Without those things, you end up with fracturing and division, and that leads to violence, and that leads to chaos and dysfunction, all of which we're experiencing today. Of course, everyone else in the room is offended by this notion, mostly because they're conditioned to be offended by it. These are automatons operating based on their programming. That's also why the obnoxious girl in the front row has purple hair. You know, she can't help but become a parody of herself. It's like, why do these obnoxious liberal women, why even do the purple hair anymore? You are willingly making yourself into a stereotype.
I saw this clip on YouTube. I think it was a short of like Destiny talking. Destiny, like the liberal YouTuber, or whatever, center. I don't know, whatever he is. He's a leftist, liberal, whatever. He was talking about how basically like the right and conservatives don't live in reality. Like their beliefs are not grounded in reality. And literally, I kid you not, while he was saying that, he had his hair dyed blue. He had blue hair. I was thinking of making a response video that was literally just, dude, you have blue hair. I have not done that yet. Maybe I should do that. But you have a guy in blue hair talking about how conservatives don't live in reality. And it's like, okay. Whatever you say, buddy, right?
Into one of the most mocked stereotypes in existence right now. You are saying, I'm going to be that person. But it's all programming. And she is aghast that Vince would suggest assimilating with the majority culture because she claims the majority culture is white. And she sees white as automatically bad, and she holds this view even while telling herself that she is not the racist one.
Correct. In fact, so I never went like stalking for the I never like looked up any of the panelists after this, but people send me stuff. And apparently she just makes content on the regular, just attacking white people in short, you know. And I think she has like openly endorsed just spaces and stuff without white people, and like she's just like crazy, like totally deranged nonsense all the time. People have said that. I don't know, but we'll continue.
She, along with her leftist cohorts,
we had 80K subscribers. All right, let's go. Cheers in my fluoride water to 80K. Real, so true.
Are also
glasses in chat. Everyone put the glass emoji in chat. Thank you very much for 80K. Let's go. The climb to 100K is inevitable. It's so true. God is good.
That Vince will not label America a white supremacist state. But as he points out, if America was run by violent white supremacists who control everything, the first thing they'd probably do is stop you from pointing this out.
And even if it were run by non-violent white supremacists who were more covert about it, they still would not craft institutions that systemically like worked against them in supposedly their own culture. So
okay, like this is a pretty good indication. So if you want to know, do I live in a white supremacist violent state? Well, can you stand anywhere? Can you go?
You can remove the fluoride. Well, I don't know, YouTube, whatever. So let me just say, for the record, I'm not questioning the health effects of fluoride. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Everything the government says is true ever. Everything the scientists have ever said is true ever. But I probably have theoretically made enough money on this stream to buy a water filter that does filter out fluoride. Not that I would do that. Not that I would ever consider doing such a thing, because the government's always right, and of course they are. Of course they are. But hypothetically, that could be in the cards if I wanted to do that. But of course I don't, because the government's always right. Gabriel Rod for $10. Let's go. Says, I'm dating an amazing Vietnamese woman. Vietnamese heritage. She has thoughts on liberal point of views, but acknowledges they are more conservative in their culture. But I love getting to experience it. Well, she has thoughts on liberal points of views. Thank you very much for the $10, Gabriel. You got a red pillar. All right. But good luck in your relationship. Appreciate the 10.
Anywhere and just say, this is a violent white supremacist state, and nothing happens to you? Oh, no, sorry. It's not nothing happens to you. You can go anywhere and say that, and you'll be applauded. Well, if that's the case, then you don't live in a white supremacist state. Because non-white people can say and do whatever they want, and they can condemn white people all they want without any repercussions whatsoever, unless, as repercussions, you count, again, applause. It's not exactly what you'd expect a white supremacist dystopia to operate. That's not how you expect it to operate. Like, if you didn't know anything about this country, if you're crawling out of a cave and someone told you, oh, I got some bad news for you. You crawled out of a cave into a white supremacist state. You just so you know, you live in a systemically racist white supremacist state. When you hear that, and you don't know anything, immediately your mind is going to conjure all kinds of images, and you're going to make all kinds of assumptions about what sort of country this is. And then you're going to get out into the world, and you're going to find that, wow, it's not anything like that at all. In fact, wow, there's like...
Vince should tell everyone about the Indian woman who crashed into his car. This is so true. Yeah. Well, okay, so what happened, like last year, my car was parked at my apartment, and an Indian woman just like destroy. Like, I don't know how she did it. So I actually heard the story since, because I have since interacted with this person, because friend of a friend, we know each other. We not know we know each other, but she thought she was like going forward, and she was actually in reverse, or the other way around, whatever. And she has a Jeep, full speed, just like destroyed my car. Like, and I came out to my car. I was like, "What the heck just happened?" Okay. But anyways, the joke since has been that, like, it's like a How I Met Your Mother story, and we're gonna get married, and I'm gonna have like Pajit Dao and Priyanka Dao, and like that's gonna. So that has since been the story. Okay, that has since been the story. Now, the conspiracy theory could be that she is working for Zayed, right? That one guy, and it was all an op. It was all an op to sabotage, but I don't know. That would be a conspiracy theory. That would be a conspiracy theory. Disciple says for $5 says, remember when Dave Rubin rented pregnant woman? Well, Dave Rubin works for the Blaze. That's a different one. But if you sign the contract, you will not allow to against that in same-sex marriage. This is my warning. Well, okay, so first of all, I've not been offered. Let me be clear. I've not been offered a contract from any network. Okay, Daily Wire, Blaze, whatever. Secondly, I would not sign a contract that made me like recant my faith or beliefs of my faith. And I also don't think that's accurate, because I think there's Daily Wire hosts that agree with my stance on marriage, but I wouldn't sign that contract, first of all, and then second of all, I've not been offered any contract. So but thank you for the 5. Gabriel for $10. Oh yeah, I already read that one. Okay, we're all set up on super chats here. Vince Dow, make a Discord. We're working on it. Okay.
there's non-white people all over the place running around talking about how much they hate white people, and then there are other groups of people. There are white people following behind them applauding. Well, that's not the kind of white supremacist state I was expecting.
Exactly.
So I do have to admit, the guy at the end was onto something. He asked whether non-whites make the same amount of money as whites, and the answer is no, they don't. That's true. Because most of the people in that room, in fact, belong to ethnicities that make more money than white people on average. Many Asian immigrants come to this country and quickly find themselves in a higher income bracket than the average white family. The median household income for Asians in general is $100,000. For white households, it's $77,000. This remains perhaps the most inconvenient truth of all inconvenient truths for the race hustlers. Because if America is a systemically racist country, systemically racist against non-whites, how could it possibly be the case that many non-white communities fare better than whites? In fact, Vince, always on the ball, makes this very point later in the discussion.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for the kind words.
Listen.
Statistically, it is true that Asians, right, on average, make more money, in terms of medium, make more money, better test scores, get into better colleges, all that stuff. I think the question is, why is that? And I don't know, model minority, whatever that label wants to mean.
That's actually a myth because we cannot be...
Well, no, listen. Well, let me finish my point. We need to...
Okay, so context here. This guy, the guy on the left, that you see, not the green, the guy above the guy with the green shirt. So we had this discussion about the model minority myth, which I don't know if I'd call it a myth. Like what's the myth? I don't get it. Is it not true that Asians are socioeconomically the wealthiest racial group in America? Is that not true? What's a myth about it? I guess they say the myth is that they're the most socioeconomically successful because they work hard. Like that's not true. It's not because they work hard. But then why is it? I don't know. Well, the guy in the black polo shirt said in a very interesting way that basically it's a conspiracy theory where after World War II, white people all colluded. Apparently there was this white cabal meeting and they all got together and they colluded to prop up Asians as the most successful minority group as a means to own black people and say, well, look, black people, you say their race system is racist against you, but look at the Asians. Okay. So apparently that's what they're talking about. And that's that's the model minority myth, right? That's why it's a myth. It's not because, Asians just, they work hard, they're smart, they climb the ranks of society. It's actually they were propped up to do that by white people in some grand conspiracy theory to take a big diss out the black race. Okay? Now, why they chose Asians specifically, that it seems actually a little bit contradictory when you think about it. Whatever. I don't know. But point being, that's what this guy said, okay? Asians are not on average where they are just because, they're doing the right stuff and whatnot, No, it's because there's a grand conspiracy theory by white people to put them there, okay? Which is strange because, when I applied to college, for instance, it's a pretty known fact. It's actually the hardest for you, right? That's how it is. And you would think, right, why would affirmative action even work against Asians, which it does? If the white people were plotting to prop the Asians up, wouldn't they make it easier for them to get into the schools and then to the jobs and all that? And it's it doesn't make any sense. It's just a ridiculous, frankly, delusional conspiracy theory. It's straight up delusional. But this is the model minority myth, apparently, according to this guy. And according to them, it's objective fact that this happened. Where are the receipts? Nobody knows, right? What cabal meeting, what academic, what even Klan member wrote about this, right? You can't, there were no receipts of any of this. There's no receipts of the point where white people colluded together to prop them up, to prop up the Asian race as more, you would think, more successful than them. Not even on the same level, more successful on average, all in this grand conspiracy theory to make black people look stupid. Okay? It's unhinged, And when you think about it, it's like, these people are so pro-race, they're so pro-tribe. They got mad at me for saying I don't call myself an Asian American because I consider myself just American. They get so mad about that because they're so pro-tribe, right? Pro-race. And yet, isn't it kind of anti-race then to discredit yourself, right? Isn't it kind of a shot at yourself? Like, instead of just saying, oh, well, we're the best. You know, we're the best. We love our race, La Raza, or how would Asians say it? Wawaza, right? But instead of just saying that, they're like, no, white people put us there, and actually we have to empathize with the quote unquote black struggle. It's like, what are you even talking about? It's a bunch of nonsense. But okay, let's see here. We got Metsasune for $2. So I said last time that was a fox. Apparently it's a dog. It's a Shibu, Shibu, or is it the Shih Tzu? Whatever it is. Okay. Thank you very much for the 2. And Zeb for $5 says Disciple is wrong and Vince know this. He watched Knowles and Michael condemn same-sex marriage, same-sex adoption, surrogacy, IVF minimum twice a week. Thank you very much for the 5. And then I think that's pretty accurate. People get mad at me for whenever I praise a Daily Wire host for saying something that they literally agree with, but whatever. It is what it is, right?
Observe what
never going to make everyone happy.
What makes people successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not of everyone, but are generally true, usually you have families that are sticking together. You have, people are taught to work hard in school, not get into trouble. I think that translates to why Asians en masse are successful. And I don't think you have to be Asian or white for that matter to not have kids out of wedlock, not, commit crime, not cause trouble, whatever it is. It's just a matter of common sense. That's what makes.
This is such a basic talking point too. You know what I mean? Like this should have been one of the least controversial things. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not surprised by it because the basic premise of liberalism is that, crime is not your fault. Laziness is not your fault. But okay, we get it. But the fact that the reaction was to this of all clips of what it was, it's quite telling. It's telling, right? It perfectly illustrates the liberal position because nothing I said in here was. I don't think all that. I think I have far more controversial opinions than this, right? And we never really got to that simply because they. I mean, look at Zayed's face, whatever his name was. I mean, look at it, the guy in the green shirt. I mean, look at that face. He's shocked. He's flabbergasted, just completely blown away by me. What I think I said, not having kids out of wedlock. Not committing crime, stuff like that. Now, I understand why that would be confusing to him because he's never had to work hard in his life, right? His dad is the former CEO of Citibank, so I've been told. I know he's very rich, billionaire, whatever. So, he never had to do that. He got into Yale quite easily. And now all he does, I think, is just run bogus nonprofits and whatever. And so he does. And so I understand why it'd be confusing to him that for other people, hard work and a little bit of intuition and whatever, but hard work, even if it doesn't get you to the top, it'll just get you up, right? It'll move you up verifiably. I understand why that's so confusing, right? But whatever.
People successful. And if that's so-called assimilation, having a nuclear family, buying a house, going to school, whatever it is, then yeah, okay, call me a pro-assimilation then.
I think there's a difference between...
And here's the thing about that comment, right? Oh, call me pro-assimilation then. That was sarcastic. No one really picked up on that. Because, I think there is more to assimilation than not committing crime and living in a functional household and working hard. Those are very basic things. Okay, those are very basic things. All right? But I think assimilation is more than that. Assimilation is about acclimating to customs and how, culture. Like there's many more levels to assimilation than just being a non-criminal, non-delinquent member of society. Okay? Well, that's all I said. And then I sarcastically, because they were getting angry at the earlier discussion, I was like, well, if that's our assimilation, then I guess I'm pro assimilation. It's kind of like it's just like a kind of a cheeky, kind of, but notice how the response to it was 100% serious. Okay, let's play it.
Assimilation and erasure?
Yes.
Okay, so it's like, notice how there's that's erasure. It's erasure to tell minority groups, forget speaking English, forget, any traditional, really American value, forget any of that. Not committing crime is erasing minority culture, apparently. I don't know. What a take. Now, the implications of that are interesting on her behalf, but... that's what it is. All right, let's take a look at some super chats. Let's catch up here. It's called Doge. I know what the Doge is, but that doesn't look like the Doge. How am I supposed to discern that that's a Doge? That could be anything, but all right, we appreciate it. We appreciate the Doge. Ritwik Kumar says Nick Fuentes is trashing you. Thoughts? Oh well, I don't know. He's not liked me for a long time now. All I will say in response is that before he take digs at other right-wing figures, he ought to address the quite damning video of him on January 6th. Not in the sense that I'm trying to amplify the persecution of anyone from that day, but it is quite interesting how there is a video out there that's publicly known. Of Nick Fuentes on January 6th doing actually not just the same thing, but a worse thing than what Brandon Straka was arrested and put on probation for, and doing the equal thing to what Ray Epps famously did, and the fact that he's not in jail made him, drew accusations of him being a federal asset. So, that's interesting. Again, you can look it up. There is video of Nick Fuentes doing that on January 6th. And it is quite interesting even after the fact that, with the exception of one of his top friends, he does not mention or say the name of any of his supporters who were charged. That one guy, Christian Secor, he has 3.5 years in federal prison or whatever. Not like Baked Alaska, not like the alleged federal asset only gets 60 days. 3.5 years in prison, I believe, is the sentence for doing nothing violent and just going in the Capitol. I believe he might have been let in. I believe he might have been one of those people. But he won't talk about those people, very curiously. He won't address the video of him doing that on January 6th. And you would think if someone is, the top, America's top white nationalist, whatever, someone who is allegedly would be of obvious interest to the system, it's very interesting how he's faced, literally no repercussions for it. Okay, which is just strange. And again, if we allege that Ray Epps is a Fed for doing that, and Nick Fuentes has faced nothing, okay, you might say the no-fly list, but that's not true because he got put on that for, threatening to kill a flight attendant on stream. The documents are public out there, so that part's nothing to do with January 6th. And so, considering the fact that he's faced nothing, no repercussions. When other people have gone to jail for doing this or got arrested, right? Brandon Straka got arrested. When Ray Epps, everyone agrees, is a Fed for doing what he did, and there's video of him doing on that day. Very interesting. And so I think before he attack anyone else, the alleged potential Fed ought to address those accusations first before he accused anyone else of being controlled opposition. Because you know what I did not do? Encourage people to, do that on January 6th, face no repercussions for it, and refuse to talk about my own supporters who followed my orders that day. Just saying. So let's catch up here. Gabriel Rod for $10 says, your thoughts on Supreme Court cases about affirmative action brought by the Asians. Thank you for the 10 Asians have been through their wrong treatment, most certainly. during World War II. To me, it is personal behavior. Your thoughts? Well, thank you for the $10. I mean, yeah, it's good to see that that's happening. I'm interested to see where that goes, right? Because it's almost maybe a good thing that some, not I don't mean a good thing and a good thing, but a good thing in terms of like stopping this aspect of the system, the diversity quota stuff, etc. Because like what would realistically happen, or because most diversity quotas in society, there's affirmative action in college, that part is true, but most diversity quotas in society don't discriminate against Asians. They discriminate against white people and men and straight men and stuff like that, right? But it's like if those groups brought those demands because of intersectionality, they would never be heard by the system. And so I think it's like a good thing that like some Asians are kind of taking charge on it, they're a minority group, whatever. That might help the chances. And hopefully if affirmative action in colleges can come crashing down, that has like domino effects on everything else, right? And so that's what I hope to see. But thank you very much for the $10. Appreciate it. Zeb says, oh wait, hold on, I lost it. Wait, where were we? Okay. Zeb says because he has better optics, same speech cadence as Fuentes. I don't appreciate that. Zeb. I think he is much more effeminate than me, okay, is what I'm going to say. But thank you much for the 5, and it says, and it seems a more level-headed approach to this. Only time will tell. Thank you very much for the 5, and yeah, I think that's very fair. Just let time tell. Let time tell. Pick your side. Clayton for $2 Canadian. Shout out to our Canadians. We love our Canadians. Says Italians were once considered non-white too. This is true, right? This is true. But it's also true. Like nowadays, we have these ideas of races. Like we have white, Asian, African, Hispanic, Native, whatever. Back in the day, those labels didn't even really exist, right? It was more based on ethnicity. Like that's historically how it was more often viewed, And so I don't, like in the 1800s, nobody thought of white people. It was like Irish, Anglos, Italians, right? But it is true. Thank you very much for the Canadian too. Yeah, I'm so oppressed. Okay, can we? Yeah, Vince Dow, the most oppressed person to ever exist. Many are saying. But thank you very much. Just kidding. Ron Jones for $10 says, thank you very much for the 10. Appreciate the support. God bless you. Says, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. It's so true. It's so true. That is phonetic and interesting. Thank you for making my day bearable, dealing with an injury that is keeping me from doing the only thing I want to do in retirement, play disc golf. You give me hope. Well, thank you very much for the $10, Ron Jones. And I appreciate that. That's very heartwarming. And I hope you get better. Okay, we will all pray for you to get better and get back to disc golf. Okay. You don't deserve this. You do not deserve. The worst thing you can do to a man is keep him in bed doing nothing, being useless. And I think you've worked a long life. I think you would very much agree. And so I pray that you get better from that injury. And if I can provide entertainment to help you through that time, well then I that's heartwarming. I appreciate it. God bless you, Ron Jones. Hope you feel better. Ryan James for $5. Thank you very much. Says, not to mention that not all white people had any involvement in slavery. My grandparents on both sides came here from Poland who had no involvement. Thank you very much for the $5, Ron James. And it's not all. Most white people did not have an involvement. Sarah B for $5 says, here because of Matt Walsh. I agree with everything you said. You did a great job considering you were a single man being attacked by many at once. Vish Burra did give me some backup for some of it. Shout out to Vish. But in these clips, that is true, yes. Thank you very much for the 5, Sarah B, and welcome to the channel. Hey, if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. Okay, I'm assuming you are, but be sure to subscribe, leave a like on the video, turn on post notifications, and if you want to support me, you can consider buying the channel membership for exclusive perks, exclusive videos, And we're trying to launch a Discord server for members soon, so that should be coming soon. And we'll be a lot more active with the membership coming soon, because I'm very busy, but I'm trying to take care of our members better. So coming soon. So if you want to support, it's a stable way to do so. Feel free to. Super chats are appreciated. Even liking is appreciated. Any way you can do it, any way you're able to do it, it's all appreciated, and God bless you.
Now, needless to say, Vince is once again completely and irrefutably right. Asian Americans do very well in this country. They also tend to have intact families. This is not a coincidence. In fact, if you look at a ranking of median household income by race, and then you look at a rank
80 minutes in, only a fifth of the way through. I know we got to stop pausing. So we're having fun though. All right. Did you come to the stream to watch the video you've already seen or can watch, or did you come to hang out with us? Okay. So, we'll see how much we get through, okay? We're probably not going to get through everything, but it's cool. We're having fun. Are we having fun, chat? Are we having fun? Is there anywhere you'd rather be on a Friday night than a Vince Dow live stream? I kind of hope so, but if not, very epic. Let's go. Let's go. James Moore for $5. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. God bless you.
Of divorce rate by race and out-of-wedlock birth by race, the lists are identical, okay? The groups that are less likely to get divorced, less likely to have out-of-wedlock births, are also less likely to be poor. As the rates of broken homes increase, the rates of poverty increase. Between whites, blacks, Hispanics, and Asians, the black community is the poorest. It's also the community with the most out-of-wedlock births and broken homes. The statistics here, again, are irrefutable. The only crime that Vince committed was noticing it. And as we've seen time and time again, one of the great moral crimes in our culture today, one of the only moral crimes, is the crime of noticing. We all know that black people as a group generally fare the worst by every societal measure, pretty much. We also know that as a group, they have the highest rates of single-parent households and kids raised without stable and reliable parental guidance. We all know all of that, but these are facts we're supposed to keep on the peripheral. You're not allowed to turn your head slightly to the side and look directly at them. And if you do look at them, you certainly are not permitted to draw any connections or form any conclusions. And if you do look at the facts and you form conclusions, they certainly better not be conclusions that would, even to the slightest extent, put the onus on the black community to improve.
Are you happy? I have not paused yet. Are you happy?
Improve its own situation. Okay, you better not be implying or suggesting, or God forbid, outright saying,
I will watch
that
in
the
silence.
Black community can do certain things itself to improve its own position. Like, for example, have kids, get married before you have kids, and then stay married. You're not allowed to ever say that, though I just did. That's the greatest heresy of all. Of course, the other people in the room reacted as you would expect those in a religious cult to react to heresy. If you're only listening to the audio, you're not going to be able to fully appreciate the scene, because as Vince calmly explains the benefits of having intact families.
Again, isn't it just hilarious? I didn't say anything all that crazy. I didn't say, oh, well, maybe you shouldn't listen to rap music or do this or that. I said, maybe you shouldn't commit crime. Maybe you shouldn't have kids out of wedlock. And she said that was cultural erasure. Again, funny.
And discipline and encouraging education. The other panelists were left slack-jawed. They stared in horror, their mouths agape. They shook their heads. They could not believe what they were hearing. They
Ty
were Bolton
for $10. Thank you very much. God bless you.
For the first time in
Zeb
their lives,
says for $2 says you're right about the effeminate. So
that
true.
To me is always the most disturbing thing. Yes, obviously Vince is right about everything he said. Obviously Vince is right about everything he said.
Many are saying this.
The other panelists are wrong, but it's not just that they're wrong, okay? You can be wrong about stuff. It's just that it's not just that they don't agree with Vince's common sense, data-backed analysis of the situation. It's really that that they were shocked by the analysis. Okay, it's one thing to be wrong, to misinterpret it, to misread it, but you're shocked by it. It's that they apparently had never heard anything like it before. It's one thing to disagree with an obvious truth. It's another to be stunned by it. And that speaks to the suffocating, stifling bubble that these people have been living in. They clearly believe what they believe merely because it's the only belief that was ever presented to them, and they lack the intellectual curiosity to survey the other options. They have nearly...
That was part of my mentality going into this. Because, you know, when you're in like the green room before one of these things, it's easy to get kind of nice about it and you get, you know, I think especially when you're in a shark's nest or you feel outnumbered, outmatched or whatever, ideologically, a lot of times people will have the tendency to try to like cave or compromise to the rest of the room because they're scared, they're intimidated, whatever. And I knew even before anything started, I was like, you can't do that. Like, you have to hold your ground. They're going to get very pissed at you. They're not going to like you. They're going to, you know, talk trash about you afterward. But like, this is the way you got to do it, right? This is the only way you can authentically represent authentic conservatism, right? Is that, you know, you have to go in there and like stand your ground and let like the shark's nest get pissed at it. And I thought it turned out well, you know. And it's like, I think a lot of people try far too often to make their goal, instead of being right, instead of standing for what you actually believe in, right? Instead of standing for truth, instead of standing by your morals and your principles and your belief and your faith, they make their top goal like the optics of compromise and like being friendly, you know? It's like, oh, well, I'm not like the other. Hey, a conservative and a liberal can get along, you know? And it's like, and look, if it's your family, I guess I get it. You know, it's like, yeah, I don't know if every Thanksgiving it's the smart thing to do, you know, but like in a public debate square, I'm sorry, my top priority going in is not how can I find compromise or seem reasonable to the left. My thing is like, I'm in public. My only priority is to represent truth and is to stand by truth, and that's it. And it's like, people need to understand this. If the left had their way, like if the left had total political control and there was no resistance, like what do you think they would do? What do you think they would, you know, God forbid, disavow, whatever, but what do you think would kind of like happen to conservatives in that system, to Trump supporters, to Christians, to, you know, all that stuff? Like, what do you think would happen? We know. But it's like, some people still think that the most virtuous thing they can do is reach that moment of agreement, civil agreement with the left. It's like, dude, I mean, if we agree on something, I guess we agree on something, but I'm not going out of my way to try to, you know, I'm just going to say what I think and that's it. And if you're mad at that, then we can debate about it, but I'm not going to I'm not going to pretend to superficially agree with you, you know? And maybe I say that because I'm young and I've always been raised in a very divided political system, whatever. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking that way, you know? But it's like, I look at the way I got treated on that panel and look at the way we get treated, you know, as just conservatives and stuff in general. It's like, I just can't look at that and, you know, I don't wish anyone harm. I'm not trying to hurt anyone. But when it comes to like political discourse or whatever, the last thing I'm concerned about is like the feelings of leftists or like the superficial sense of moderacy or understanding. You know, there's no point to that. There's no point to that. Compromise has never worked for conservatives in the history of ever. Every political compromise we pursued, you know, especially after World War II, has failed and has made things worse for us and has led to the slippery slope. You know, it's just like, what is even the point of that? But I don't know. That's just my take on it. All right, let's catch up on some super chats here. We got Minnow for $30. Thank you very much, Minnow. I appreciate it. I'm 100% Asian. Well, according to the panel, man, that's why you have the money to send me $30. Isn't that the case? But thank you very much for the 30. Appreciate it. God bless you. 100% assimilated and 100% proud American. Thank you for your conservative voice. I appreciate it, Minnow. Thank you for the $30. Gabriel Rod says, for $5, says, how did you end up on the panel? They just emailed me and we did the interview. I don't know. It's funny. I was originally supposed to go on a masculinity panel, and then they switched it on me because I was Asian, and they were like, okay, but we need an Asian on the panel, which is, I guess it worked out best because I saw that masculinity panel that they ended up doing, and I was like, I'm glad I was on the one I was on. It was much more fun. But yeah, they just emailed me. I'm assuming they've seen me in something before. Or maybe it's, you know, Vice has written an article calling me a white nationalist before, so maybe it's that. Maybe that, you know, they didn't really talk. None of us talked about it, but maybe I was already in that database. Okay, maybe I don't know. But that is real.
Totally insulated themselves from everything that might challenge their worldview. So when it does happen, and they finally and by accident encounter such a challenge, they practically faint like damsels in distress. And that's what we saw there. And it's why Vince is not canceled today.
Named.
In fact, I just found out as I was preparing the segment that Vince has his own YouTube channel, which you
So
can find
true.
if you search VinceDao, D-A-O, on YouTube, and you should look him up. He's obviously a brilliant guy. The same cannot be said for the others in the room, and that is why they are today canceled. Now,
It's so true. It's now. This is not caught because I was told allegedly through my sources they had to cut it, but he also said allegedly that you should also leave a like on the stream right now. So be sure to go leave a like. Okay, there's Matt Walsh. Let's see. Let's go on to Ben Shapiro. Do you love that it's been an hour and a half? How many? Hour 20 or something like that, and we just got through the first clip. We're having fun. We're having fun, aren't we, chat? Okay. All right. Here's Ben. Or do you guys even want to do Ben Shapiro's? We could do Paul Joseph Watson's or Actual Justice Warriors or whoever. I feel like we've done a lot of Daily Wire coverage lately. We could show some love to the other YouTubers first, and then okay. Let's do this because I have not seen. We'll hopefully still get to the Ben Shapiro one, but I haven't seen Paul Joseph Watson's video. I know he did it on his second channel, so why don't we break it up a little bit? Let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Okay.
The violent hate crimes targeting Asians in
hold on,
America weren't committed by white people.
But then number two, wait, let me finish my...
All right.
Vice recently hosted a minorities discussion panel, and despite being heavily outnumbered, based Asian guy wiped the floor with his adversaries.
Statistically,
Based Asian guy. Thank you, Paul.
it is true that Asians, right, on average, make more money, in terms of medium.
Actual Justice. Okay, we'll do actual. This one's short. We should get through this one pretty fast, and then we'll do Actual Justice Warrior. Okay. It's Fritz for $10. Says Vince, I just bought a Christian nationalist hoodie, and Sunday I'm going to church for the first time with my grandparents, and in time will be baptized. You should know you and Doyle are making a difference. Thanks. Well, that's incredible to hear. That's incredible to hear. I mean, thank you for buying the hoodie, but it's great to, hear that you're being baptized. Your grandparents are gonna see it. Welcome to the family. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. God bless you, and may God be with you. It's great to hear. It's great to hear. Okay, humbly, truly. Thank you for the 10 though.
Make more money, better test scores, get into better colleges, all that stuff. I think the question is...
Watch Michael Knowles' reaction. Well, okay, we have a video reacting to that already. So I figure for the purpose of time, I mean, we could get... If the stream runs long enough, we'll do it, but I'm not going to prioritize, because I did do a video reacting to his first, so...
Why is that? And I don't know, model minority, whatever that label wants to mean.
That's actually a myth because we cannot be...
It's very hot. I'm going to keep the video playing, but it's very hot in here. If you can see, I'm sweating. I'm going to turn on the fan, okay? I'll be right back.
That's actually a myth because...
No, it's not. Shut up.
No, listen. Well, let me finish my point. We need to observe what makes people successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not of everyone, but are generally true, usually you have families that are sticking together. You have,
Families sticking together? Oh no, how awful. The absolute unbridled horror.
people are taught to work hard in school, not get into trouble. I think that
Working hard and not getting into trouble? The absolute temerity of this dude.
translates to why Asians en masse are successful. And I don't think you have to be Asian or white for that matter to not have kids out of wedlock, not,
Having kids after marriage? I can't even.
wedlock, not,
Dude, his reactions the whole time. Criticize whatever you want about the panel, but it really is a perfect dynamic of people, is it not? Oh, it wasn't fair against you. Yeah, but no, not necessarily. Because, I don't even say this in a cocky way, but we know it's true. If there were equal conservatives on the panel, then it wouldn't be fair, would it? I would argue, this is just fair. And I'm not even trying to be, cocky or arrogant about I'm just, it's true. You and I both know it's true. But, yeah, the reactions of this guy are golden, okay? And they add, you know what? Thank you. Mr. Zayed, because I don't think any of this would be as memorable if you didn't have his, faces the whole time, And it's interesting. Is he doing those for dramatic effect, or is he doing those because like he's genuinely that shocked by me saying kids out of wedlock? I'm not sure. We'd have to ask him that question, but
commit crime, not cause trouble, or whatever it is.
You expect non-whites not to commit crime? What is happening?
Commit crime, not cause trouble, or whatever it is.
Yeah, they're legitimately shocked by the stunning revelation that not committing crimes, not having degenerate, meaningless, promiscuous sex, and working hard are traits that lead to better outcomes in life.
It's just a matter of common sense. That's what makes people successful. And if that's
Mind
so-called assimilation,
blown.
having a nuclear family, buying a house, going to school.
People are like, well, why didn't you say this? Why didn't you say that? We never got to that because they could never get over I don't know, not committing crime is bad. Like it's good to commit crime. I don't know. It's like
whatever it is, then yeah, okay, call me a pro-assimilation then.
I think there's a difference between assimilation and
it's too much soy in his latte. It's so true. If you're not drinking black coffee as a man, all right. That's I've been on the black coffee train myself, and I've been living a better life. I used to like put a bunch of creamer in it because I was not maximizing my masculinity, and then I did energy drinks for a while because I had a terrible sleep schedule. And then, once I started doing the black coffee thing, I don't know. There's just something about it. There's something about it. It's bitter. I theorize. I have no scientific evidence, but I theorize that black coffee without any soy. Okay, I think black coffee raises your testosterone. I'd have to imagine.
an erasure.
Yes.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. In another clip, Mr. Shocky Shocked demands that Asians put their bodies on the line for black people in the fight against white supremacy.
Instead of aligning ourselves with the black community.
Well, there you go, getting to the core of it, right? That's why me saying don't commit crime was so controversial, because it's a bunch of dog whistling on his part. But what he's really saying is that, like, instead of defending their own businesses and being rooftop Koreans or whatever Asians do, instead they actually should join the violent riots and insurrections in the name of Black Lives Matter, so that
Who've been fighting for racial justice and liberation, right? And acknowledging our own privilege and putting our bodies on the line to fight for these movements. Instead, we
coffee is soy anyway. Drink water or beer. That is unscientific, okay? You know how much first of all, beer is full of estrogen. Secondly, coffee is good for you. Disavow that health advice, okay? Water, yes, but coffee is good for you, okay? This is fact.
on white adjacent.
But soy lattes, of course not.
And here we are still being pushed.
Yes.
First of all, what exactly is white adjacency? Is it working hard, having families?
No. I don't
understand what the issue is.
Before Based Asian points out that most of the violent hate crimes targeting Asians in America weren't committed by white people.
But then number two, let me finish my point. I think it is gaslighting when, again, the majority of violent attacks against Asians are not being perpetrated by white people to blame white supremacy.
White supremacy as a construct is this idea that the norm of American is whiteness.
Yes.
That whiteness is the default.
Standard.
That whiteness is the standard that we all ought to aspire to.
Right, so we shouldn't aspire to having happy, stable families, living prosperous, fulfilling lives, working hard and not committing crimes, because that's racist. This is Based Asian Guy, if you want to go follow him on Twitter. And Mr.
Let's go! Named. Let's go.
The scream here turns out to be some privileged rich kid. He responded
son of a billionaire, from what I've heard.
To the clip on his Instagram with an elong.
Zachary for $2 says, "Is it okay if I drink tea?" I very famously had a beef with tea like 2 years ago. But I will say now, like, I don't know, don't drink sweet tea all the time. It's bad for you. Okay. Now, yeah, I mean, I live in the South. Okay. I'm not going to disavow sweet tea, but don't drink it all the time. But if you just look, I don't know, just the sugar, all that stuff, you don't need it. You don't need the sugar. You don't need to add soy to it. Just drink it the way it is, like a man, is what I would say, Zachary. So whether you're coffee or tea, that's my stance. Dollar for Dollar sends $2. So he sends $1 for $1. Says, get Doyle to make more George Floyd rock songs. Did he really make George Floyd rock songs? Okay, well, I've never heard those. I'll check those out.
Gated, emotionally incontinent cope, in which he agonised over whether he should have participated in the discussion at all, given how it could have been seen as normalising misinformation and bigotry. Strange, isn't it, how Asians living in
wait, what did he say?
Continent cope, in which he agonised.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I've never seen this. So this is his Instagram post about it, which he writes a very long paragraph. But, you know, it's okay, let's see. The YouTube is 45 minutes compiled from a whole day of shooting and, of course, obscures a tremendous amount of context, nuance, and chronology. So, first of all, Vice is a leftist news outlet. Whatever they cut is going to cut against me, which they definitely tried to do a few times. But having sat through that, I will say, you know, the cut, there were moments, but it wasn't because I went in with the mindset, like, you're going to be cut up. You have to literally just dominate this whole thing and make it, and kind of repeat yourself sometimes, and make it so that you can't be cut up and cut out. And I thought I did a decent job because, they came out that way. And I left feeling very confident because I was like, there's no way they can butcher this. Because whatever they try to cut up, I still secured it, right? Anyways, obscures a tremendous amount of context, nuance, and chronology. There's really nothing. Like what you saw is the gist of it. I'll be totally honest. Okay, and I was wondering about that too. Now, there are parts where I'm like, I wish this was put in because it's funny, or, like the SAT part, it wasn't real, like a lot of it was cut out. There was actually some interesting debate there. It made it sound like it was weird. Whatever. It made it sound like I was... Well, the one thing they did cut is it made it sound like I was bringing up stuff randomly when I was saying that in response to other stuff they said. Like, that's the only... But he's complaining that left-wing Vice cut out him, the leftist, which is not true. I sat in that room... That's about him, okay? Like you could watch the whole thing, you'll have the same opinion. You might look at me and say, oh, well, I guess you weren't so quiet for the whole SAT part, which is what people say. But that's not true, okay? But anyways, he's saying, but I won't posture as polite / calm when conversations are this consequential. So that's in response to the fact that literally everyone was, making fun of him because he was just, just very emotional, very effeminate, very, what? And then he talked, like that. So people were like dogging on that in the comments, and clearly he's saying, I will never apologize for refusing to normalize it, but I won't posture as polite / calm. Well, okay, whatever. But I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry that I care, and it shows. That said, there are still a million things I wish I articulated / did differently. Oh, really? Is that the case? Is that the case? Because like all 10 leftists who came at me after this said that you won. I thought you guys won. I thought you guys dominated the whole thing. So he's admitting basically that he lost. So I'm not trying to be like arrogant or whatever. I'm just saying to the leftists, to the leftists out there who are like, you embarrassed yourself, Vince. Well, you really think you won that? Dead emoji, laughing emoji, cat emoji, rainbow emoji. Well, here's Zayed himself basically implying that he agrees that he lost, but whatever. Okay. And I'm still transparently questioning if I made the right choice in participating in this at all. Okay, so more cope. I know how enormously privileged I am to live my life / have access to conversations like this. Well, at least he knows that. And it's my hope that I reckon with that responsibly. There's definitely a lot about how it's edited that glosses over conversations about precisely that and sensationalizes quite a bit. I mean, yeah, it is sensationalized, which that's okay, you can say whatever you will about the editing. They sensationalized. Okay, what did you expect? Like, they want content, dude. Like you've been in media stuff before. Like, this guy runs all these nonprofits. He's not new. He's not shocked by this, okay? But I will say, yes, it's cut up to include the best parts. But like I said, I I'm saying this as the conservative guy who I'm like, some parts you just butchered me. I don't think the editing in that thing was horribly inaccurate of the way it went. It's not like the rest of it you weren't, oh shoot. It's not like the rest of it you weren't just all over the place, So it's like, whatever. But I encourage you to watch the whole thing to decide for yourself how you feel, because I'm still deciding how I feel about it all myself. All I can say at this point is that, as you can tell, this debate definitely riled me up, and I couldn't have gotten through it without Ellen, who is I think the purple one, Yazi, I don't know which one that is, Yuling, and J Kebabs. I don't know. May we continue to find power / community / strength in each other as we work towards better heart. Hashtag stop Asians hate. Hashtag representation matters. Hashtag inshallah. Just kidding. No, just kidding. I wasn't. No, not okay. I disavow. Okay, I sneezed. Okay, I sneezed. Was not making fun of him. Okay, for the record, it was for the record. That was a sneeze. Hashtag link in bio. Okay, all right. Kind of effeminate, if I'm gonna be honest, but whatever. By the way, don't go comment. Okay, let me just say, there's no need to go comment. This is like this panel happened months ago. All right, we're not piling on. It was in the video. But okay. Let's catch up on some super chats here. Ghoul Herme Costa for, I don't know what, something with an R, $5. I don't know. Is that? So that's Brazil. Okay, that's Brazil. Cheers from Brazil. Good coffee is Brazilian coffee. Great video on Vice. That is so true. Okay, so how do I say your name? Guilherme Costa or Costa? I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name, but thank you very much for the $5 Brazilian. We love our Brazilian patriots. We love the last president. Don't love this one so much, but praying for you, praying for your republic. Thank you very much for the 5. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. And we got William. I'm not even going to try to say that last name, for $6.99 Canadian dollars. Says, hey man, I just came over here from the Daily Wire after watching a couple clips of you from the Matt Walsh show. Absolutely destroyed. Good job. Well, thank you very much, my Canadian brother. God bless you, William. And we got Dollar for Dollar became a member. So shout out to Dollar for Dollar. Appreciate it. Very cool. I do this a lot. Do you notice that? Do you notice when I'm excited and just like help? I hit something. Real. That's not me punching you, okay? That's me punching my hand out of enthusiasm, okay? It's love. We're spreading love, all right? Welcome to the membership. How much money do you make on the stream? Well, we usually make like $50 to $100, but this night it's been insane. I don't even know. This night is like we're doing quite well. Okay, we're doing quite well. So thank you very much. God is good, like I said. Do you notice how I do that? That's like my like, that's my motion. I think it's Chad though. I'm gonna keep it like that. Epic Ape for $5.01. Don't forget the 1 cent from Epic Ape. Says ice cream Sunday and Dao stream. Perfect Friday night. Keep up the good work, Vince. Vince Dao nationalism for life. So true. So true. Thank you, Epic Ape. All right, let's continue here.
He should have participated in the discussion at all, given how it could have been seen as normalizing misinformation and bigotry. Strange, isn't it, how Asians living in non-white countries, generally speaking, are hardworking.
I pray you don't have a wife then. Why? Because she would. Well, I'm 19, so no, I'm single. I'm not married yet. One day though, yes, one day.
Law-abiding, have strong family units and are successful in business until they enter America and catch the woke mind virus. Then suddenly all those traits become problematic. Wokeism really is a race to the bottom, isn't it?
We never, like I said, like, people think I just like, some people are trying to criticize me by saying, well, assimilation just means assimilation to liberalism. And it's like, I know, I actually agree with that. Okay, I actually agree with that. But you understand, like, I'm trying to talk to liberals, okay? Trying to talk to like libtards here. You know, it's not like we never really got to have a much deeper conversation about anything. Okay, because other things I said that were like kind of cut out when I talked about assimilation, what I was really trying to say is that 100% assimilation is not realistic because that's just not how human beings function, which is why you can't have open borders, which is why whatever immigration you do allow has to be in restricted, very small, very controlled amounts, because otherwise, instead of a minority culture assimilating to majority culture, you're just going to have, just a cultural erasure of like the country that's actually there, right? And so I did mention that briefly, gloss on it, but it's like, I mean, understand, like, look at the context of this debate. I'm trying to argue with liberals over whether or not it's bad to commit crime, okay? Like, that's the discussion we're having. And so, my full take, but what I said, because they asked about all this stuff, and I was like, look, you have to look at where you are on the chessboard, right? And so it's like, we have this immigration system right now that is deeply and fundamentally broken. Since 1965, the amount of legal immigration that has come into this country is like astronomically higher than it's ever been in U.S. history. And clearly, there's a lot of assimilation issues with that too, right? And I would argue, I mean, look who historically has supported the expansion of the immigration system. It is Democrats, and it's like the neocon Republicans, right? And so you look at what they're doing, right? They're coming over here voting Democrat, like 90%, very high numbers. And they're coming over in such high rates, they don't really have to assimilate. They actually just take over. Like, look at Los Angeles, for instance. I think that's where I grew up. That's an example of that. And then, of course, we know about illegal immigration. We know about all that stuff too. But what all this assimilation discussion we're having is a response to a question. It's like, okay, and they cut this stuff out, but I kept on saying I don't think 100% assimilation is possible or realistic. But what I said is that, like, if we're at this point on the chessboard, what else can you do besides say, well, maybe people should like assimilate to something, right? But it is a much deeper discussion than that, because it's like you say assimilate, but the majority culture is woke and liberal. I 100% agree. That's why I would say we need an immigration moratorium. We need a pause on all immigration, or at least net zero immigration, because it's like, look at the situation we're in as a country. You look at the level that's come over the past few decades. It's so much. It's a lot to handle. And instead of doing what America historically did, which is like hit the pause button, you have this wave of immigration, and then you hit the pause button and people assimilate and kind of stabilizes or whatever. There's been no pause button, right? So you just have like tens of millions of immigrants, legal and illegal, coming to America. And it just keeps going and going and going. And it's like there's no time, there's no space to assimilate, really, because it's all happening so fast and this and that. But then on top of that, it's like, even if there was 100% assimilation, most people would assimilate to Hollywood and like American pop culture, which is liberal. And so I'm of the position, as an American citizen, as someone who was born in this country, I don't care, oh, but your family were immigrants. It's like, okay, but I'm an American, and my job, out of gratefulness for that, as a matter of fact, it's to argue for what's best for America. And what's best for America right now is to say we need to fix our, in the words of Donald Trump, like, we need to shut the system down until we can figure out what the heck is going on. Because, like, there are so many problems we have as a country, and we're talking about, opening the borders to anyone else out of compassion. Like, how about we fix our own issues as a country? And so that's my stance on all this stuff, It's deeper than that. But it's like, they ask me these certain questions, and I'm like, okay, well, at this point in the chessboard, then, like, the best we can do is say assimilate to something, and ideally assimilate to good values, because that's the scenario that you're being presented, and that's what we have, right? But... all right, let's see. We got a $5 from Redcoat. Says, did you see Fuentes acting like a vindictive ex with you getting press and he's not? Lol. I heard about it. People were super chatting about it earlier. Appreciate it. P.S. Do you know about Steve Saylor, NRX? I don't know who those people are. But Jane and Gang for Life, VinceDao Nationalism. Appreciate the $5 red coat. God bless you. Appreciate the support. And we got Your Mother Was a Hamster. What a name. Was my mother a hamster, though? But thank you very much. Has joined the channel membership. So very epic. Very epic. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the support tonight, guys. It is crazy. We got 700 likes. Let's get to 800. We can do it. We can do it. You know we can. Let's do that. 800 likes. That's the new goal.
Equal sharing of misery. So I've had Scott Mannion on my podcast. I've been on his show. He's a mate.
Okay,
get him
is
to
this the end of
over
the
10.
video? I think it is.
Over 10,000.
All right. All right, so that's Paul Joseph Watson. People were requesting Actual Justice Warrior. Let's do it. His is longer. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, but it'll break it up, right? I want to do some of like the different ones. So here we go. Here's Actual Justice Warrior's reaction to
everybody eventually learns English.
Hold on.
And even if your parents come here and they don't learn English,
Hold on.
the next generation learns the language, and that's how they fit into the country. It's a very basic thing. It's really
All right, here
the
we
one.
go.
Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of all ages, as long as you're over the age of 30.
So shout. Let me just say this. Shout out everyone who made reaction content and stuff. I appreciate it all. Okay. So Actual Justice Warrior, King, Chad, the Daily Wire people, of course, great, appreciate it, love you. Black Conservative Perspective, shout out. Paul Joseph Watson, shout out. We love it all. We want it all. It's so real. Okay, so shout out Actual Justice Warrior. One of the most legendary independent people in the sphere, truly. So shout out.
13 because
Very
YouTube
epic.
requires me to not make content for those people in order to be compliant with the COPA guidelines. Today we are going to be talking about...
We might, let's see. I don't know. I'll try to pause less, but you know me. I have to hit the pause button every 2 seconds. Whatever.
Vice panel.
We'll
Now,
see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Okay. Viewership is still good. We'll go for as long as it takes.
We've actually
It's Friday night. Come on, let's have fun.
done this before. We did the Vice panel with Sydney Watson, Pearl Davis, and all of those babbling feminists, and that was an absolute hit with all of you guys, but many of you probably don't know that Vice is a copyright troll, so they claim that video. They still have yet to release it, and I just want to point out that if they claim this, just like that one, I will fight that to the ends of the earth. Vice, you are not entitled to steal my money. But today's video is actually about...
They're not as bad as Jubilee, actually, but it is true. This is reaction content, fair use. Hopefully they don't claim it. I don't know.
Asians. And we have talked a lot about Asians in this country, and that is one of the reasons why this panel piqued my interest. And, of course, the conservatives on this panel absolutely...
Chat. He has a we love Actual Justice Warrior, but he has a skeleton in the back, and it is not Halloween. What's going on, bros? What's going on? I don't know. What is he not telling us? I don't know, guys.
Smoked and...
I might have to watch out. So if he says anything I disagree with, I'm not gonna. Actually, you guys can't see. Hold on, my bad. You guys can't. You can see the skull, but you can't really see it. Hold on, let me like fix that so you can see. You need to see what I'm talking. See, look at that. What's going on there? What is he not telling us? Curious.
humiliated the left-wingers. Led first and foremost by VinceDao, who I'm told is a content creator. Haven't heard of him before.
Named.
To see
Let's
what he does
go.
in the future. This man on the bottom right, and this woman that's sitting behind him. These people absolutely killed it, and needless to say, these two were...
He says they absolutely killed it while having a skeleton in the back. Again, what is going on here?
the absolute worst. This Indian guy who is not very...
Hey! He's Bangladeshi, not Bangladeshi. He says Bangladeshi, American. They're technically like the same thing, you know, the history. But he's Bangladeshi, bro. He's Bangladeshi, bro. You can't say that, bro.
In his mannerisms, not saying anything, just saying, and of course, the blue-haired woman. But before...
Hey! That's purple, sir?
Get into all this before I entertain you, razzle, and dazzle you. This video is sponsored, so let's chuck it to the sponsor, bring it back over here, talk about this whole thing on the other side. Low levels of collagen show up in more ways than one. Obviously, you're familiar with wrinkles and sagging.
Okay, sorry, sponsorship. Go support his sponsorship, but we're gonna skip it. Okay.
And I actually
but if you have collagen, older people,
agree with the people on the panel who did not find this to be a useful term. I can tell you from living in an Asian neighborhood, East Asian neighborhood, with some Filipinos. And
okay, so I'm not going to go back because, like I said, time. But basically, actually, no, let's do it because we haven't talked about this part of the panel. And he actually goes through, like, the whole thing, so.
So, as we start, I want to get a quick poll. How many of you guys think the term Asian American is useful? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a couple.
So the first thing that I want to point out, because Vice opens with asking people about the term Asian, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and all of that, about whether or not that is a useful term, and I actually agree with the people on the panel who did not find this to be a useful term. I can tell you from living in an Asian neighborhood, East Asian neighborhood, with some Filipinos and...
There is no room in this country for hyphenated Americanism. Quote, Teddy Roosevelt. And it's true, you know? And it's like if you look at, you know, how diverse America is today and stuff, I would argue this question actually matters a lot more than it used to even. Then back when Teddy Roosevelt said it, even then it wasn't as relevant as it is today because America is so diverse today. It has so many, you know, different races and ethnicities and heritages of people and creeds of people. And that's our, like I said earlier, that's our position on the chessboard. What are you going to do? What can you do about that besides say, okay, well, can we be American at least? You know, like, can we do, but, you know, of course it's, you know, good luck trying to convince them of that, right?
Other types of Asians mixed in there, that Indians and what people are called as South Asians are not in any way similar to East Asians. In fact, East Asians tend to be very distinct based on their nation state and don't like being aligned like, let's say, Koreans with Chinese or Koreans with Japanese or Japanese with Chinese, etc., etc. So, to be clear, I do agree that it is kind of
so
weird
true.
to include all of these people under the same button.
Like, if you go to, like, you ask, like, the FOBs, you know, or even, like, the people just in other countries, like, what do you think of being lumped in as all one Asian race? Like, you ask my, like, grandma, like, you know, I don't know if she'd actually take very kindly to that. Source became a Vince Dow nationalist. Thank you for joining the membership. Membership. I can't speak. Source. Appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. I salute.
Bundle, but the thing is, Asia is the largest in terms of population continent in the world, so obviously you're going to have a good mix of people. So I can actually agree to a certain extent with the people who made that point in there, because I've seen this in my own life. And in America, we don't typically think of Indians when we think of Asians. In the UK, Asian typically means South Asian, but we think of East Asians as Asians over here, and we think of Indians as Indians, Pakistanis as Pakistanis, etc., so on and so on. You get the point.
I mean, something what you point out is that we kind of all have a dual consciousness or are dual citizens of this country and the world, which is to say we go home, we might have a different culture, a different food, a different language that we speak. We go to school, and we have friends who might not share or understand what that language culture is, and we have a desire to both be true to the heritage, but then also be accepted, successful, and otherwise in the non-Asian American world that we live in. Assimilation. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a burden? Is it an opportunity?
So the Vice host brings up the topic of assimilation, and he talks about Asians as if they're
this
in
is the context
with the
of what
they have this dual
this
identity,
happened before
dark
the
side
viral
versus
clip.
light side.
Just FYI.
And honestly, it's comical the way that he presents it. But the answer that we get from Vince is so good that I just have to play the clip for you so you can understand why these left-wing progressives absolutely...
I just discovered you because of Matt Walsh. Thank you. Thank you. I am Sweet Baby Gang. Is that the term? I still don't know what it means, but Sweet Baby Gang. Let's go. SBG. SVG, real. Did you take any public speaking classes? Your presentation was incredible on the Vice panel. No. I actually, I'm not you, but a lot of leftists or moderates to cope were like, well, it's not fair because he's had media training. I haven't. I never went to Leadership Institute to do the camera training thing. I know they have that. I never took classes on that stuff, or not that I would have. I've just always been like good at it, like, which is weird because I'm like shy, or I'm trying to be better about that. Like I feel like I'm not as shy as I used to be. But growing up, I was very, very shy. But I was also a very good public speaker, which is contradictory. I don't know. I've always had it in me to be like a performer. You know what I mean? Like I was always good at giving speeches. I was like middle of the pack kid in elementary school, but I ran for class president and won because I gave a very good speech. In true politician fashion, I made a bunch of false promises, which is hilarious. It was always designed for politics, right? No. I don't even want to run for office, though. But people are like, why don't you run for office? Because it sucks. Why would I want to be a politician? We can do this. Like, it's my voice that is, like, I feel like is my strength, but whatever.
We had no idea what was coming, nor how to deal with it.
I think assimilation is not just a great thing, it's a necessary thing. No society can hold together where people have nothing in common, they don't speak the same language, they don't practice the same things. And, you may look at something like
God
just
calls me
food
to
habits
it.
or what you eat and think that's
If
fairly
God
frivolous.
calls me to
But
it.
the truth of the matter is that on a broader level, when we're talking about more big picture things, differences in race, culture, religion, all these things, people have fought wars, violent wars, killed each other over these things for thousands of years. If America is to hold together, assimilation, not just good or bad, necessary. I don't think it's going to be possible for America to survive as a stable, functioning society if people don't, to some degree, say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
Everything Vince said right there is 100% true. We need something in common in order to function as a cohesive society, and those petty differences, or things that people label petty differences, have led to multiple different wars and multiple different issues. Now, I tend to think one of the things that we can have in common as a people in America, it's the easiest thing, is a shared language. The idea that everybody eventually learns English, and even if your parents come here and they don't.
Zach for $5 says it's not contradictory to be shy and a good public speaker. That was true of Calvin Coolidge as well. This is so true. Silent Cal, more like Silent Dow. Bro, he's literally me. This is real. Thank you for the 5. God bless.
Don't learn English, the next generation learns the language, and that's how they fit into the country. It's a very basic thing. It's really the one thing that we can have as Americans. And of course, people on the left wing are trying to run parallel other language curriculums all across the country to even take that thing away from us. We definitely need this. Obviously, we're not going to agree on religion, 100% of us. We're not going to agree on racial or ethnography or whatever, 100% of us. We're already a diversified country in those ways. So English as a common language doesn't mean you can't have a second language, or certain traditions that are culturally distinct should be the thing that we align with. This is what we expected of German immigrants way back when. They're as white as can be. This is what we can expect of non-white immigrants going forward.
Who gets to choose it?
The majority culture, I suppose.
And what's
The people-
majority culture?
The people with power.
And who's people with power?
People with power.
White people.
Well, I don't know if
I'm
that's
gonna say it.
Yeah.
White people. It's okay.
White
I don't know if
people.
that's necessarily.
All right, we've seen these clips in the last segment, so I'll just.
Everything that she says is stupid, and for some reason,
Hey, he said it, not me.
saying white people in a very stereotypical Asian way, and I just want to point
White
out
people,
that everything
white
about her
people!
is offensive.
It's like it's like the baseball, you know, the guy who sells like peanuts at the baseball game or whatever. White people, get your white people here.
Specifically to my
But it's like that, but like not funny, and then you have her.
eyes. I know that people get mad at me when I talk about body language on this channel for some odd reason, but everything about this woman's body language is disrespectful and childish throughout the course of the whole segment. She's making stupid faces, she's churning, she's performing
White
for the
people,
camera rather than
white
having
people.
a conversation, and it's really unfortunate because apparently this is the Korean representation on the panel. Now, I know a bunch of Koreans. I grew up around Koreans. Some of my closest friends, that I consider as close as family are actually of Korean descent, and legit of Korean descent, Korean immigrants and all that. And no, they would not be happy with this woman's performance in any possible way. It's pathetic, it's humiliating, she is shaming herself as we are watching this on the video.
Actual Justice... Hey, I didn't say it, but Actual Justice Warrior is labeling her a disgrace to the Korean race. Not my take. It's his opinion.
And of course,
I didn't
everything
say
that comes
anything.
out of her
I didn't
mouth
say
is
anything.
incredibly wrong and dumb.
Can you unpack?
Yeah. I don't
elaborate.
think a
People.
particularly white
people.
quote-unquote interest controls things like
In America.
pop culture.
Do you believe
Well, I
white
think-
supremacy exists?
I think there are people who believe in it. I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So you don't believe in white supremacy?
Do you believe America is a white supremacist state?
No, not at all.
And not found
No
in-
white supremacist state would even like...
Okay, we've played this clip before. Let's just get to this.
I love the way that Vince shut down that stupid question immediately. That he's like, do you believe America's a white supremacist state? He's like, no. He's like, if this was a white supremacist state, we wouldn't be doing this Asian exclusive panel for Vice right now.
Actually, I go around New York City. I notice that, like, I guess Brooklyn a little bit different. Most of the people here are not white, and they're doing their thing, so I don't...
If white people completely ran everything, why would they allow all of these minorities to complain and try to become grievance grifters, race hustlers, based on their minority status?
Also, think about this. I point because we filmed it in New York City. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. New York City is probably minority white by this point, right? Let's see. New York City racial demographics. Think about this logically for a sec. Okay, so not quite, but it's 41% white, 23% black. Okay, so then I'm actually wrong about that. My bad. But I'm sure that includes like Long Island or Staten Island or whatever. But most of America's cities today, or a lot of them, are becoming like minority white places. I know for a fact Los Angeles is. Let's see, that's where I grew up. And it is an interesting contradiction. What kind of white supremacist state would allow non-whites to occupy its most economically vibrant and largest cities? Isn't that an interesting question? It's like the only places that white people live in the majority is like the rural areas, the smaller states, the country, all that stuff. You know, and look, I have nothing against that lifestyle. Like I want to, you know, live in the country eventually and stuff too, right? And raise a family there. But it's true for the most part that that's not where most of the money is. That's not where most of the economic capital is. That's not where most of the culture is produced. And so it's, you know, a white supremacist state, quote unquote, whatever. You know, first of all, say, well, okay, we do this panel. Like, yeah, that was my response, because what am I supposed to say? They keep coming at me with questions. Like, I just got to come up with something on the fly. But you think about it a little bit deeper. It's not just about that. It's about, what, like, would a white supremacist state allow so many immigrant groups and minorities, not just to be there, but to occupy and be the majority in a lot of senses in the most economically powerful and culturally powerful and politically powerful places in the country? And subject their own race to where, again, like, nothing against the rural areas, because I love that stuff, okay? But like on a civilizational level, for the most part, where the capital and the culture and the finance and the economy does not reside, you know? Oops. Okay, let's continue the video.
So obviously, this is not the case.
What does doing their thing mean to you?
Going to work.
Are they making the same amount of money? Are they getting the same access to opportunity?
Eric Peterson joins the Dao Pack General membership. Thank you very much, Eric Peterson. Gabriel for $5 says you drag them all. But of course, figuratively, of course. But of course, you always think about what you should have said afterwards. Anything you wish you would have hit harder. Not in, I mean, there's things I wish we could have talked about more, sure. But in terms of the answers I gave to stuff, I mean, there's a few where I'm like, I don't know, my answer to that wasn't great, you know? like I guess like white people run the culture and stuff like that. You know, I don't think I gave the best response there. But people are all like, what a great response. I didn't really like it, like, because I feel like I wasn't given ample opportunity to demonstrate why there's actually a bias in the reverse in the culture, but it is what it is. But overall, I mean, there are certain topics I would have wished we talked about more, but like I said, I couldn't get them to say that committing crime was bad. So it's like, okay, so we gotta move one piece at a time, you know.
I think they're getting great access to opportunity.
Please unpack it. Are they equivalent? Are communities and communities that are leading culture, to your point, because you pointed to popular culture as something where, in your view, white people don't have the power, when the reality is it is the white executives who are profiting off of and exploiting predominantly black and brown bodies for their financial gain to then parade to us and tell us that we're thriving, when the reality is it is women of color, and it is black folks, and it is Asian American folks, it is Hispanic folks, and it is people from marginalized communities who are disproportionately being impacted by every adverse thing that society is facing, while the few at the top who don't represent our communities, are profiting. There are massive disparities based on race, based on class, based on gender, based on all of these things that shouldn't exist.
So this guy, who's definitely the second most annoying person on this panel, is supposed to be on a panel talking about Asian Americans. Now, he led off by claiming that Asians make less money. I'll let Vince address that first and foremost, because
Bethany Morgan says, so frustrating being in college and having to deal with people like this on a daily basis. So glad people like you are able to push back. Thanks. Well, I'm in college too. Now, I am in college in Florida, and I don't major in the humanities, so it's not as bad, I would say. But I definitely know what you're talking about, Bethany. It's so true.
He will smash that.
Is Vince watching this sped up, or did he actually talk this fast? No, the panel is sped up. I think he did that for copyright purposes.
Then he started talking about executives and all this stuff, and then he started talking about the blacks and how you have to save black people and Hispanics as well, even though we're talking about Asians on this panel, and we don't need you to virtue signal about those other ethnicities. I'm Hispanic. Everybody knows it. Half Puerto Rican right here. I do not need this Indian dude to try to save me. No, thank you.
Are profiting. There are massive disparities based on race, based on class, based on gender, based on all of these things that shouldn't.
Eric Peterson gifted 20 Vince Dow memberships. Whoa! 20 memberships! Let's go! Thank you, Eric Peterson. Mans is wildin'. He's going, the whole crowd goes crazy. He's showering them. It's WrestleMania. It's pandemonium out here. JR, what is going on? What is going on? Eric Peterson from the top of the cell. Oh, right through the table. As God is my witness, he is broken in half. It is so real. It is so real. Thank you very much, Eric Peterson. Let's go. Let's go.
Exist.
Well, nobody denies that there's disparities or that.
What did I tell you about?
Word! You're 41 and you have children. Allegedly.
How obnoxious this girl is. Just everything about her is repugnant and disgusting.
What does doing their thing mean to you?
Going to work.
Are they making the same amount of money?
So yes, it is 100% true that Asians.
See, I should have just said existing. That would have been a good response. But like I said, you get interrupted constantly. Like, you know, what are you gonna like? If you watch it and you kind of keep that in mind, you notice like I literally could never get a thought across before it's something new, and like everything. And so every response I had to give to these questions was completely on the fly, in the middle of being interrupted, in the middle of a different thought. So
make more money on average. On top of that, Asian women actually out-earn white males in several sectors, and I think overall at this point. So it's just not true that the white male, white supremacists, whatever, are creating negative disparities against Asians. If white people were so good at white supremacy, you would think white people on average would be able to out-earn Asian people. On top of that, this guy is Indian in specific. Indians are the highest income earning demographic in the United States, in Canada, and in the United Kingdom. On top of that, if you wanted to look, because he talked about those CEOs, those executives that are disproportionately white, what you would actually find is they're not disproportionate.
Did you ever stay in touch with anyone after the panel? And he sends Dow. Vish Burra is my boy. Actually, I knew him before the panel, but the guy, the Indian guy who looks black, okay, You know, fun fact, I forgot he was Indian. No, I should. His name is Vish Burra. You know, Vish Burra, like, it makes sense. But I forgot he was Indian. And I was actually a little bit confused to see him there. I'm not joking. I was like, at first I was like, wait. Like, I assumed Vice must have been doing 2 panels. I was like, oh, they must be doing a black people panel. So literally, when I first saw him, I was like, yo, Vish, what's up? And then I was like, what, did they invite you here for the black people panel? And he laughed, but he thought I was joking. I was serious. I forgot he was Indian. Okay? Because the way he does his hair or his hair. He doesn't have hair. Sorry. The way he does his beard and the way he kind of like his tattoo and stuff. Like he does not. I mean, you would agree. Like he doesn't look Indian. He actually just looks black, doesn't he? You know. And he acts like it. He acts like a cool black guy. You know. So I totally forgot. And so the first time I see him, very loudly in front of the rest of the panelists too, which was hilarious. I was like, "Yo, what? They invite you? What are you here for the black people panel?" And he made a joke back because he thought I was joking. No, it was a sincere question. But I forget. Vish, it makes sense. Vish Burra, yes, Vish Burra is Indian. Okay. But he actually used to be a drug dealer and stuff. So I don't know if he's a prime example of the model minority in his past life. But he's now a Chad and a right-wing based king. So we love Vish Burra. Epic Ape sends $2.01. Says, I always add a cent for Robinhood stock roundups. So true. We going to the moon. Going to the moon. So true.
Disproportionately white. They're disproportionately Asian and specifically disproportionately Indian. A bunch of places, and you know them well, have Indian CEOs. The top executive at these firms are disproportionately Indian.
When the reality is, it is the white executives who are profiting off of it, exploiting predominantly black and brown bodies for their financial gain to then parade to us and tell us that we're thriving.
So everything that this whiny brat said throughout the course of his takedown of Vince Dow was completely wrong, not supported by the facts, not supported by the evidence, and eventually this leads into a conversation again about Black Lives Matter and how we must pay homage to the Black Lives Matter movement for some reason.
However, when you talk about bending the knee, that is a wild way, I think, to look at society finally trying in some ways to right the wrongs of its ills.
It's not so wild. I mean, even like your supposedly white politicians, you look at what they did in 2020, they quite literally bent the knee. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire Democrat, basically, caucus in Congress, literally bent the knee to George Floyd and to Black Lives Matter. Like, they quite literally did that.
And that was a bad.
So, oh, you bent the knee. So this is like a part of the panel I do regret not doing better. But again, you're being interrupted every 2 seconds, and so my thoughts are very, like, just back and forth. But he's like, oh, because I said that, like, racist white people control everything, and yet every corporation and institution bent the knee to Black Lives Matter. And he's like, oh, so you mean, well, what kind of language? What do you mean bent the knee? And I was like, I mean bent the knee. I mean that they quite literally bent the knee to Black Lives Matter. Like you saw, remember what the Democrats did? They wore the Kunta Kinte, scarves, and then they all took a knee. They all took a knee for George Floyd, and everyone did that, and the NBA did that, and everyone was doing it. Everyone was doing it. Everyone was like, getting on their knee. And so he's like, bent the knee, and so that was a good response on my part. I'm like, yes, they literally bent the knee. Like I'm not. It's not even a metaphor. They literally got on their knees for Black Lives Matter. Like no exaggeration. No, they did that. If you'll remember. But then he's like, oh, well, that's a bad thing? Well, see, that's already him shifting the goalposts. Because first he says, that's such insane, horrible phraseology. And then now he's acknowledging that, no, actually, that's just what they did. But then he's like, that's a bad thing. So that's what I should have done is just pointed out that, you're actually just shifting. See, you notice that a lot. And I didn't really catch this because when you're getting yelled at by so many people, you're just trying to respond. And so you notice how often this guy just shifts the goalpost. Like, he'll ask me a question and I'll like totally like own him, but then he'll shift the goalpost. Do you notice that? So first he says bending the knee is ridiculous and inaccurate phraseology, and I said no, it's not, and here's why. And then he's like, okay, fine, but you're saying that's a bad thing? See, that's a total shift of the goalpost, and he just does that constantly. Like, he doesn't actually, you know what I mean? And so to answer the question from earlier, I do wish I picked up on this more instead of just like taking his, just continuously responding to everything he was saying. But it is what it is.
Bad thing?
I think it was a stupid thing. I
Why?
think it was just ridiculous pandering
So
to
Black
a
lives do not
terrorist
matter?
movement ran by.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Black lives do not matter?
So I should have just said yes, because it was a bad thing. But I did, terrorist movement. I did imply, that it's not a good thing. But okay, let's catch up on super chats. Ben for $5 says nice job, great suit as well. Thank you very much, Ben Leela, for the $5. God bless you. Appreciate the support. And your mother was a hamster for $5 says, as a white person, I wish I was Asian. So there, thank you for the 5. But your mother was a hamster. I don't think you have to wish anything. I think you should, what they always say, you should embrace who you are. Embrace your identity, okay? Embrace your identity. So, I don't think, be proud of who you are. Be proud of who you are, white hamster. Celebrate yourself. Love yourself. True. If they do it, then you should do it too. Not love yourself in the superficial way, obviously, but you know what I mean.
I do think that Black Lives Matter. I don't support the movement known as Black Lives Matter.
You ever say all lives matter?
Of course. As a Christian, I
There
absolutely
it is.
believe
All lives matter.
I love that Vince is saying no, unabashedly. He says all lives matter because he's a religious Christian, and
Eric Peterson for $7. Thank you very much. Says SPG needs to unite to get you Crowder's offer sheet. Yes, this is real. I vehemently believe that I am worth $50 million. Don't ask. No questions. We're gonna psyop. No, just kidding. But it's, hey, listen. I'm sure you guys are Daily Wire subscribers, or I don't know, whatever. If asked, I would go on Matt's show, I'd go on Michael's show, I'd go on Ben's show, whatever. So I don't know how your membership works, but if you have access to his contact, whatever, or someone's I don't know. But I'm not trying to clout chase or whatever, but if you do have access to them or whoever, and if you want me on the show, I'll go if you want to ask on my behalf. I don't really have that many contacts to their circles. So, but thank you very much for the 7. Thank you very much for the 7.
yes, it was dumb to bend the knee quite literally to Black Lives Matter, and all the major corporations do so as well. Then they get into the model minority, and I'm just going to let the first guy speak before I cut him off at the knees and tell you what was actually put forward.
So the model minority myth, after World War II, they used us to separate other people of color. They used our race to say that we were the best race.
Oh, so here's what I was talking about earlier. Here's the model minority myth. It's just totally deranged conspiracy theory. It doesn't even make any sense, but take a listen.
We were the model minority because we were the smartest, we got the best jobs, we did these things, and we were able to assimilate to what their idea of what they wanted. They wanted an example to use of people of color that they could then use against all the other people of color. And what they also did is they caused infighting between our communities so that we wouldn't look at the actual problem, which was white supremacy.
So everything that this guy just said is...
Okay. So first of all, the reason why your immigrant Asian shop owner is a tiny bit racist or whatever, allegedly, is because white people constructed that. I don't know if that's the argument, but that's not even the important part. The important part is just the utter conspiracy theory here. Do anyone realize just how stupid that it's unhinged? It's the reason Asians are where they are in society on average, it's not because of this reason. It's because of this grand conspiracy where a cabal of white people all got together and said, we're going to prop up Asians to attack black people. not physically, which is more like the other way around. But joking, of course. But we're gonna like do this whole thing and make Asians more economically, on average, successful than us, all because of this great conspiracy theory to put down black people. Like, that's unhinged. That's like, that doesn't make any sense. That's like a, I don't even know if I'd call it a conspiracy theory. It's just nonsense. It's just incoherent nonsense. And where are the receipts of this? Where are the receipts of this? Because, like, when we say, oh, the feminist movement, the LGBT movement were always, like, ploys by the Marxists and stuff like that, we can show you the receipts. We can show you the critical theorists and the cultural Marxists and the academics, years ago writing about infiltration of institutions, all that type of stuff. Where are the receipts of this? Go find them. I don't know. Go find them. Go through everything. I don't know. George Wallace or David Duke or whoever ever said. You find me the receipts where they were like, okay, so here's this master plan. We're gonna call it the model minority, and we're gonna pick Asian people for some random reason to prop them up, and then use them as a dig to say, well, black people, you're not really oppressed because look at the Asians. Like what? Like where's the evidence that this whole plan ever happened? It doesn't exist. It's like made up. It's cope. It's like there's no substantiation. Like it never happened. Okay, it literally never happened.
It's completely stupid, utterly buffoonish, and you should not be surprised. Now, I'm not sure, because I don't remember, because I wasn't paying attention, if this person is specifically of Japanese heritage.
I was born in Manila, Philippines.
But it's really important that you understand that the model minority article was actually specifically about Japanese Americans. It came out on January 1966. I would love for you guys to read it for yourselves so you can understand.
So you might say, oh, well, those are your receipts. No, it says success story Japanese American style. So starting in the 60s, people were like, well, the Japanese were in turn, and now they're very successful, and here's what they did. They work hard. They do all this stuff. This is after they're successful. Okay, so that you might say, oh, this owns you. No, it doesn't. Because this is now them after the fact saying, well, look at them. They're doing a good job. Like, good job, right? What I'm saying is for you to prove that this was all a plan. Not that people pointed out reality. Of course people point out reality. Oh, hey, look, they're doing successfully. Here's why. No, I'm saying where's the proof for your whole theory that they were successful because of this grand conspiracy theory by white people to prop them up to put them there? See? So they might look at that and say, oh, I got you. No, you have not gotten me. This is reactive. This is, this article says the same thing I was saying on the panel. What you're saying is that they are successful. Not that white people reacted to their success by saying, hey, look, they're successful. You're saying that white people plotted to put them there to then say this. And that doesn't exist, right? Like you can find receipts of a lot of different plans that have happened. And, you'd expect with the way everything else goes, well, surely there must be some book written in the 20s or 30s at least that kind of theorized, here's what we can do, and, it was successful. Certain people read that book. There's none of that. None of that exists. It's not real.
That these people are just wildly going off without reading the article, obviously, because the claims that they're making about this article, which, by the way, was
Danny Jacob says, great channel. Thanks for your thoughtful work. Appreciate it, Danny.
By sociologist William Peterson, are just not in it. So when you go to this article, what you actually find is that William Peterson is documenting, and by the way, pointing out glaringly that there is a lot of discrimination against Japanese Americans. However, the thing that he points out is that Japanese Americans, for whatever reason, tend to thrive in the United States of America, despite the fact that there is a ton of anti-Japanese racism and all types of discrimination that actually takes place before World War II and after World War II. So he talked about how this is an after World War II thing. The article was written after World War II, but the sociological phenomenon that it observes actually takes place well before that. And what William Peterson is actually documenting, and by the way, this is something that we've talked about on this channel multiple different times, is that discrimination does not drive people into poverty. Discrimination does not necessarily make people worse off, because discrimination is typically a response by a majority group against an already successful minority that they become resentful against. Another example highlighted by this article is Jewish people. Jewish people are often
That's actually a really good point. I never even like seen it that way, but it's very true.
discriminated against because they're more successful than the majority population, because Jewish people have a culture that promotes success. They're a literate population, more so than the surrounding populations that they typically are minority within. The Armenians are actually the same way. This is one of the reasons why the Armenian genocide happened. So what he's actually pointing out is that the myths that people believe about why certain groups are in poverty are actually not supported by the facts. In reality, discrimination typically comes after the success of the minority within the majority country. This is what we see in Malaysia, where they discriminate against Chinese people because they're successful. In fact, they actually have affirmative action in Malaysia for the majority population. I will link a great article from Thomas Sowell about middlemen minorities so that you can understand that it's actually atypical to discriminate against minorities that are unsuccessful, because largely discrimination is the result of that minority being more successful than the majority. So everything that's said about this article is just factually.
I would say that's true, although it can also be because, you know, it's either that or that they're causing problems for the majority, right? I think it's those two. Now, yeah, if they're kind of just like blending in and not doing anything, it's very rare. But I would say it goes those two ways is what I would say.
Not true. The idea that it applies to Asians overall, not true. The idea that this is something that is because we changed the immigration law.
Gabriel for $5 says, definitely got fans here, man. How many subscribers have you gained in the last 24 hours? Hopefully we all showed up. About 5,000-ish. So pretty good. I mean, the channel's been blowing up a lot, even before the Daily Wire stuff. Just the last month on the shorts and stuff. But yeah, this is definitely, you guys, the Sweet Baby Gang, you're interacting. Like, you're very interactive. Like, you're while watching, and so it's very epic. We appreciate it.
Laws in the 60s to let in only.
Toxic Can says, just wanted to drop by, say you're awesome, Vince. Keep doing God's work. Appreciate it. God bless you.
Well-educated Asians, therefore it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, is also not true. This documents the phenomenon pre-1966, which is before those changes to the immigration law that people who try to deny that Asians tend to be more successful, more hardworking, have better families, can't get around.
Okay, so statistically, it is true that Asians, right, on average, make more money, like in terms of medium, make more money, better test scores, get into better colleges, all that stuff. I think the question is, why is that? And I don't know, model minority.
This is the clip you've seen like a million times.
It's actually a myth because we cannot be.
Well, no, listen. Well, let me finish my point.
So Vince Dow points out that Asians, on average, get more money and they do better on standardized
such a basic
tests,
take
again. And this girl's like, that's a myth because we cannot. She was going to say, can't all be lumped in together. Again, this is such a stupid, unbearable point because
I said, and I knew they were going to, so I said purposely, like twice. I said statistically 0.1, on average 0.2. I even clarified in terms of median because I just know, and she's, yeah, well.
We were talking about earlier when they're describing disadvantages lumping people together. This guy just lumped all Asians, including Indians, with an article specifically about the Japanese, the specific discrimination
how are you, 19?
That the Japanese face and how the Japanese were still prosperous. But all
I'm
of a sudden,
Asian.
when you're
We're built
about
different.
The
What can I
on-average
know?
statistic for Asian Americans, you can't lump them together. By the way, if you broke down white people by heritage in the United States of America, you would also see the same variety and disparity in incomes and all those other things, because white cultures are incredibly distinct, unique, and all of that.
We need to observe what makes people successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not every, Asians are successful.
This guy, no,
everyone has seen this clip. Okay,
I'm focusing on body language, smiling like an idiot and nodding his head no, despite the fact that not only is this true overall of Asians, they have no refutation for it, but Indians specifically, it's more true of them than anyone else, as they are the most successful ethnic group in the United States, the UK, and in Canada, but he's like, oh no, that's ridiculous. You can't lump us all in together, except when I wanted to lump all.
This guy, okay, you don't need to keep timing him out. I was just, whatever. He keeps asking what I think of EDP 445. I mean, he got busted for being like a pedophile. Like, I don't know. What do you want me to say about that? What do you want me to say about that? I mean, it is what it is. Like, I don't support that. Like, what else do you want me to say about him? The guy made pretty funny videos back in the day, but he's a pedophile, and so he's a pedophile. Like, I don't know what else. What am I supposed to say about that? I don't know. Captain Rex says, Vince, can we date? I don't swing that way, dude. I don't swing that way. Captain Rex. Who do you think do I look like a groiper to you? Do I look like Nick Fuentes to you? Okay, I don't swing that way. Dollar for $2 says, please make a 24-hour live stream at 100K subs. Please, Dao. Why? Like, yeah, it would be. First of all, I don't have the time. I'm in school. Okay, I'm in school. Like, how would I do a 24-hour live stream? Okay. If let me just say, if someone sends me enough money to like drop out of school and just live like a playboy lifestyle or whatever, okay, then we'll talk. We'll talk. I'll do that out of appreciation. But I got stuff to do. I mean, I'm in school. I have class. It's like, I don't know if I have 24 hours to just sit down and do a live stream. I don't know if that's possible. I mean, it would be fun. It would be a fun thing to try, although it'd be totally pointless. It would be fun. Like, I would actually enjoy doing that. But it doesn't seem like very, very practical. Very practically possible. Amanda for $20. Thank you, Amanda. Says, watched you on Matt's show. Thought you did a great job. Super proud of you for speaking the truth. Thank you very much, Amanda. I appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you for the support.
All the non-whites against the whites.
If you're not like Nick Fuentes, I'm unfollowing. It's true. I'm not an alleged federal asset. Okay, so this is true.
Together earlier, then it's okay, because then we're talking about woke nonsense.
And I don't think you have to be Asian or white for that matter to not have kids out of wedlock.
No, Vince, you have fall, winter, spring, and summer break. I don't have fall break. Florida schools don't have that. I go home for the winter break, and I'm not on winter break. Spring break, I guess, maybe. Summer break, I probably won't have a summer break because for some reason, like in this state, you have to do like 9 hours of credits during the summer, which is stupid. And so I really don't ever have time off because it's like school and politics all the time. Very stressful. Part of me wants to drop out, okay? But I'm in a difficult position. I really am, okay? Because the truth, look, Asian, like, it would put, even if I dropped out to make $100,000, my family would like couldn't look at me. Like, how Asians, how it goes. Like, it doesn't, you have to get a degree. Like, even though I'm like, and so it's like that. But also, like, I don't make enough money off of YouTube to like just live full time, for this to be a full time job. And so it's like, I don't know, it's like a safety net, if that makes sense in the meantime. Now, the other thing I could do is like work and do YouTube, like, I guess, right? But I don't know. It's just like, it's hard. I don't know what to do. Because it's like, also my grandmother, who's like 80-something years old. This is another concern. This is another issue. There are many variables at play. Because all the conservatives are always just like, just drop out of college. What are you doing with yourself? I get it, I do. But first of all, I put a lot of just like stress on my family, which, like, I feel like it'd be selfish to just like anger them all like that. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And then my like 80-year-old grandma, you know what she said? When I was home? She literally said that she is staying alive. She's holding on because she wants to see me graduate college. Okay? She's in her mid to late age. I don't even know how, we don't know how old she is because birth certificates, like, she doesn't actually have a real one because, you know, she has a fake birthday, immigration, whatever. Like, we don't, she's 80 something years old. Okay? And, like, she literally said that she's trying not to die because she wants to see me graduate college and then she wants to die. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? You know, like that's like so that's why I want people to understand. Oh, why are you in college? Stupid, waste of time. It's not a waste of money because I have scholarship, but like waste of time. I get it, but like when you're like frail 80-year-old grandma who weighs like 80 pounds is literally like, I'm not dying because I want to see you graduate college. Like, what are you supposed to do with? What are you supposed to do with that information? It's very difficult. Okay, and so it's like, I don't know, if I will say this, if I got offered like a very big network deal or something, I would consider dropping out and like, you know, at least doing my best to explain it to them. Look, okay, I'm dropping out because I'm successful, not because, ooh, I don't want to go to school. And maybe I'll just try to finish online to make them happy or something. I don't know. Okay. But there's your answer as to why I am in college at the moment. Okay. So, you know, you can call that cringe. You can say, oh, you go to trade school. Mike Rose says to go to trade school. I know. Okay. I get it. I understand. I'm probably never going to use this like marketing business degree. Okay. I understand. But like, what am I supposed to do about it?
Not, you know, commit crime, not cause trouble, whatever it is. It's just a matter of like, well, common sense. That's what makes people successful. And if that's so-called assimilation, having a nuclear family, buying a house, going to school, whatever it is, then yeah, okay, call me a pro-assimilation then.
So they're getting all upset, but he's just laying out the facts. The things that will lead you to...
Year, major school, second year, marketing. Allegedly, the University of Florida. That's what people think. I'm not going to confirm if it's true or false. That's where people think I go to school. Yeah, well, I will say I was originally finance, and I changed it because I was like, it's too hard. Like, not that I couldn't do it, but like, at least marketing is easier and probably more useful to this world. And I was like, you know, at least I'll have more time to spend on this. Which, speaking of which, I have like an accounting exam on Monday that I've not started studying for at all. And then this happened this weekend. And so I might have to drop out. I might be stuck. Okay, because I might totally flunk this thing. Because what am I supposed to do? Okay, Daily Wire, all the hosts talking about me today. What do you want me to do? Study? Okay. I missed class today to go on OAN because my friend Addison Smith wanted me on. So go check that out, by the way. But, you know, it's... Don't tell my mom, okay? Don't tell my mom.
To not be in permanent poverty in the United States of America, according to the left-wing
I will tell her, but
organization called the Brookings Institute is if you graduate high school, you have a job, and you have kids after you get married. You do those three things, 95% chance you will be out of poverty in the United States of America. That is your pipeline to success.
Enclave for 2 says, intruder alert. Red spy is in the base. Is that a reference to the Fallout 3 DLC? I never played that one. But thank you for the 2.
It is not that difficult. Asians do that more than white people. They have better families. Not only do a lot of Asians have the parents in the household, both of them for the kids, but they actually have the grandparents in the household because they don't think it is appropriate, or traditionally they don't rely on a system like Social Security. So you have 2 generations of parents working to raise the kids, and it's unsurprising that they're successful. On top of that, we will get into something else later on when they get a little more down on standardized testing, so I can prove this point that it is from within the culture that they succeed, not due to all these advantages or whatever.
I think there's a difference between assimilation and erasure. Yes. The way that you're kind of going about it seems like, okay, like, you know, of course, like, we want to be in community with people. And I don't think there's a problem with being in community with people from different backgrounds. That's not the issue. It's also embracing the diversity that we inherently have and accepting that and being okay with that and celebrating that.
So
idealistic. I get it. Yeah. Can't the world just be like John Lennon's Imagine? The point I'm making is that in the real world, that's not really the story of human history. The story of human history isn't people just peacefully living kumbaya in community with each other and celebrating their differences, is it?
This girl says diverse.
Tim Allen, 82 for $10, says, don't kill grandma. Thank you for being sane and having courage. Sweet Baby Gang is here to support you. Sweet Baby Gang is doing great tonight. Okay. So, Matt Walsh, I liked him before, but judging his fans, okay, more positive opinion. Okay, even more positive opinion now. Thank you, Tim Allen, for the $10. Appreciate it. God bless you. And again, thank you to everyone who's been supporting tonight. Okay, thank you to everyone who's been supporting it. I don't know what else to say. Okay, other than God is good, God is great all the time, God is perfect, and thank you all. I don't know what else to say.
Diversity is our strength. Who cares? You just added nothing to the conversation. What Vince was saying is that you don't have to abandon your culture completely, but yes, you should assimilate. And by the way, you should do things that will lead you to be successful by the statistics. And turns out, when your group does that overall, you're more successful by the statistics.
That's very idealistic, I think, but I think we should acknowledge the fact that diversity, quote unquote, is not a factor that is our strength. It's not a factor that historically or even in the current strengthens societies. People don't come together, form societies, form families, form communities because they have nothing in common. They come together and do those things because they have something in common, right?
Again, Vince just crushing these people. He got the diversity is our strength thing, and he's like, no. Look, you need something in common. It's all fine to be from a different background, to eat a little bit different food or whatever, different hair color, different eye color, all of that. But you need some common ground to form a family, and that common ground, you also need it to form a society. And it doesn't have to be everybody's the same ethnicity, even though there are countries, most of them in the world, that are built on that. It doesn't have to necessarily be the same religion, even though, again, a lot of countries share the same religion, but it has to be something that they have in common, not just highlighting the differences.
You talk about race in such black and white terms. The way you talk about it is it's either with America, whatever your definition of America, or not. You're talking in very black and white terms, and that's actually the problem in discussing race, because we're Asian Americans, we're neither black, we're neither white. When you're having a race discussion, you can't be talking about in such lines.
This woman is so deficient in every point.
It's funny how she thought that was like such a brilliant statement. We're neither black, we're Asian, we're neither black. So here's what she said. She was like, your problem, you're talking about it in such black and white terms, and that's actually the problem, because we're Asian. We're neither black, we're neither white. And she thought that was brilliant. Even after the fact, from what I've heard, like she keeps playing that as like her biggest W, and it's like, that doesn't mean anything, woman, I should say. She's 41. Like, wow, groundbreaking statement. You really ended the Cold War with that statement, right? We're Asian. We're neither black nor white, and that's why you can't talk about it in such black and white terms. Chat, can we get a round of applause? Can we get a round of applause for just one of the most genius things ever said? I think this will go up there on the plaque of like famous American quotes. Besides, ask not what you can do for your country. Tear down this wall. But on all that stuff, 7 years ago, like just all the famous quotes you hear a million times in history class, we the people hold these truths to be self-evident. There's going to be a new edition, okay, in your children's history books, and it's going to come from Ellen, whatever her name is. We're Asian American. We're neither black nor white. Brilliant. Mind blown.
point that she tries to make during this segment, it actually might be quite problematic.
Dollar for dollar for $2 for $1 says the Eagles. The Eagles are so much better than the Eagles. I am rooting for the Eagles this weekend. I mean, might be a controversial take because it's like, isn't Philadelphia, but like more woke? What? No, listen. Patrick Mahomes sucks. He's like effeminate and he's kind of weird. Jalen Hurts, Chad. Okay, Jalen Hurts, literally just like Nick Saban mindset, awesome, cool. Okay, king, legendary, not selfish team player. One of the greatest college football stories ever. Won me like $40 back in when he was in college because we had like a college pick. He then that SEC title game when he came in, he won me money, and like I was like forever like this is the greatest thing I've ever seen, that comeback. Okay, so I'm Eagles pilled. Okay, it's the one thing I agree with John Fetterman is the Eagles are indeed better than the Eagles. And fly birds fly on Sunday, okay? Screw Patrick Mahomes. Now, if the Bengals were in it, then yeah, I'd be all like Joe Burrow 100%. But screw Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes sucks, okay? He's like, imagine if Tom Brady were like effeminate and dumb. You'd have Patrick Mahomes. Sucks, okay? Not goated, not with the sauce. And I'm a Jalen Hurts Nash. Jalen Hurts, good attitude, Chad, king, hardworking, Nick Saban disciple, not selfish, not a grifter. I'm rolling with Jalen. I'm rolling with Jaden. I'm flying with the Eagles. I'm John Fetterman. We're Team Fetterman this weekend only, okay? Fly, Eagles, fly. It's so true. So true.
To use one of those lefty words, for me to address her arguments as if they are sane, coherent arguments. She just said you're talking about race as in if it's a black and white issue, which would lead you to believe she's saying one way or the other. But then she changes that to black and white, even though this guy's not specifically talking about blacks or whites. The people who keep obsessively bringing up black Americans throughout this conversation are the woke scolds like herself, and it's just absurd.
Yeah. Everything is in the gray.
The more in common that a society has with one another, the more likely they are to work together and build things in society and not constantly be fighting each other and at odds with each other.
So he responds by restating his position, doesn't back down, doesn't give up an inch to this woman who is just incoherently babbling, and then she responds, and maybe this is an edit by Vice, but I don't think it actually is, in the stupidest way humanly possible. Think to yourself, what is the stupidest thing somebody could say in response to what he just said? And I guarantee you, she's gonna top it, unless you get it right.
Did you think the Japanese internment was a good thing? Because that was a real assimilation situation. You know what I mean?
No,
Do you recognize that the term assimilation has negative history?
She just said Japanese internment is an...
I don't know if he put my response in here, but I said like, no, it's not. It's an example of internment. It was kind of funny.
Her bringing up this idiotic point.
Did you think the Japanese internment was a good thing? Because that was a real assimilation situation. You know what I mean?
No,
Do you recognize that the term assimilation has negative history?
Even worse than her stating this, as an adult human that has a body temperature somewhere in the range of 90-something degrees, is the fact that after she says it, multiple people within frame are nodding their head yes.
This is him. That's how men nod their head.
Literally the stupidest point that is made throughout the course of this whole Vice segment might be dumber than anything that was said in the other Vice segment that we covered, and you have...
I think it's actually the third smartest, okay, behind the number 2, which is white people, white people. That's number 2. I would say number 1 was the black and white statement, okay? It was we're Asian, we're neither black nor white. I would say that's number 1. And then number 2, white people! And then number 3 is this one. All brilliant. Brilliant. I truly had my mind changed, and I think I support the left because of those 3 brilliant statements. White people! white people. White people. Get your white people here.
3 people on camera nodding their head as if...
And then number 4 is just... real.
That was a coherent, sensible point.
And facts associated with that word. So we do have to be careful in how we choose, because assimilation for people of color have not been good to us historically. That's factual.
What
This is
people?
completely, 100% unabashedly false. Assimilation.
Bro, just play my statement. My statement speaks for itself. Let's see if he does.
The
I hope he
best
does.
bet for minority group in a majority society.
Word,
is
oh, that
to
one too.
remain
Word!
a minority separate
What,
from the majority
people?
often leads you to eventually become targeted, become hated, become exiled, or even killed off from a country. The justification for some of the most horrible acts in human history was all about how these people were distinct. They lived in their own neighborhoods. They were isolated. They dominated specific industries distinct from the majority population. This was the basis of the Armenian genocide, the basis of the Holocaust, the basis of all manner of horrors that have been inflicted upon minority groups. So no, you're just wrong.
So let me ask you.
We're discussing the model minority myth
but
and the fact
Japanese
that...
internment is a classic example of assimilating Asian Americans.
No,
So
it's
do you
not.
think
It's a
that-
classic example of internment. I mean, they intern people.
Why?
Like, it's
Why?
not-
Yes.
To
Why do they
correlate that to...
What?
Why do they
Hey,
intern?
Ma?
So Vince says the most obvious point ever, which is this is not a classic example of assimilation. What the hell are you talking about? And
She's talking about white people. Bird, bird, bird. So true, dollar for dollar. Bird, bird, bird. Bird, bird, bird. Uma mau mau. Uma mau mau. Uma mau mau.
then the
So true.
Indian guy jumps in because he realizes
So
that
true.
Vince is not somebody with an IQ around 55. And he's
Word.
actually able to respond to the stupidest
Word.
point brought up throughout this whole panel. So he's like,
White
why?
people.
Which is an
She's old enough to be Vince's mom. Yeah, she's within a
Annoying.
few years of my mom, unironically.
left.
Vince, answer my question. No, Lionel Messi. You ask me this every stream because you know it sets me off. I know for a fact you have heard my answer on this question like several times. You ask this all the unless I'm mistaken, you ask it all the time. Okay, I know for a fact you've heard me diss the whole MAGA communism thing and how it's a LARP. Okay, I know you've heard that. Okay, Vince is from Cali originally. Yeah, that's where I grew up. I'm now in Florida.
Technique, and again just shows how childish these people are in mannerisms and level of dialogue.
But why?
Yes.
Why did they?
That to
Why did they intern them? Because they saw them as other. Because they saw them as dangerous.
Not really. Well, yes, they saw them as dangerous because, and I don't agree with it, but left-wing President FDR at the time saw it as a national security
So
risk.
you're a
or whatever.
Republican, right?
So
You're right-wing, right?
So he points out that FDR did this, and again,
It's the shocking news. Shocking news. They took them like 20 minutes to figure out I was right wing. Okay. This is another point I never got to finish. But here's the thing. I'm not trying to do the whole like victimhood, like, oh, well, the Democrats were the real party. Like, I don't know. That talking point I feel like is just fairly frivolous. It's, you know what I mean? But there is a reason why Japanese internment is not that often discussed, which you think they would. You think they would, because, you know, if the left wants to, like, make victims out of everyone and everything, and, like, you know, you would think it was one of the things that, oh, the white Americans did whatever, that you could kind of use as a pretty big battering ram against, like, just conservatives and America and patriotism and all that stuff. And it's fairly recent, right? It's much more recent than slavery. It is, I think, I would argue, like, objectively way worse in just like an objective sense than segregation, right? Because segregation, like, you're still allowed to, you know, participate in society, you just like segregate, whereas like it straight up took all the Japanese on the West Coast and threw them in camps, like, you know what I mean? But it's like, why is it not often talked about? Why is it often like seldom discussed? Well, the reason that is because FDR is the founder of the modern Democratic Party and like the modern left, right? The Democratic constituency to this day is still the New Deal coalition. The American left is still like the byproduct, the successors of the New Deal coalition of FDR, right? And FDR allegedly, which he didn't, but allegedly fixing the Great Depression and then winning World War II against the evil right-wing fascists, right? That's the narrative. That's like the big source of the modern left's authority, right? That's where the modern left gets their argumentative authority from, is FDR. Because he's basically the founder of the modern left. And so, not to do the whole Democrats have always been the real blank, because, like I said, I think that whole discussion, misses a lot of, nuance and stuff like that. But it is true. In this case, yes. The reason why the Japanese internment is not discussed a lot is because FDR is the hero of the left. And so they would not, mention something that would damage his credibility. And that's why Japanese internment is not discussed as much, okay? And that also, it's not because, society really hates Asians and Asians are actually the real victimized. I'm not going to say that, okay? Because that's I think that's cringe, whatever. But it's not because they were Japanese or Asian. It's really because, like I said, FDR is the founding father of the left, right? And so it's, FDR, MLK is another one. There's these certain figures that the left puts on these pedestals, and you're not allowed to say anything bad about them, right? MLK, for instance, adulterer, strong communist sympathizer, all that stuff. But it's these types of figures have to be put on these huge moral pedestals because you notice when it kind of trickles down, that's where the modern left gets their authority from, right? MLK being the greatest American to ever live, what they say. FDR being the greatest president and who basically saved the world. He solved the Great Depression. He won World War II through his genius and cunning, neither of which are true. Okay, for the record, neither of which are true. FDR actually mishandled World War II and its consequences in a lot of ways. But whatever, that's a discussion for another time. It's just not real. It's not true. But again, these are the constructs necessary to, build the modern Democrat Party, the modern left-wing coalition, etc.
They're arguing out of both sides of their mouth. They just said that this was an example of assimilation, aka the Japanese becoming Americans and the negative consequences of it. But then he's saying, it's because they saw them as others. So these people can't even keep...
FDR, apparently, I've never seen this, but FDR apparently said, "I do not believe in communism any more than you do, but there's nothing wrong with the communists in this country. Several of the best friends I have are communist." FDR. I never knew that he said that, but that's not surprising. I mean, FDR obviously was a very hard leftist, communist, sympathetic. He literally said some of his best friends are communists. In one of the conventions in 1943-44 between Stalin, Churchill, and FDR, Churchill proposed that the Western Allies get involved in the Eastern Front, and to supposedly help out the Soviets. But the real reason was because Churchill saw, hey, what's going to happen as a result is the Soviets are going to take over all of Eastern Europe, and that's bad. Because it's bad for Marxism to spread. It's bad for the Soviet Union to spread. This is not an ideal situation whatsoever. And George Patton agreed. A lot of American figures agreed. But FDR, being a freaking communist, which he was, a communist, not a communist, whatever, says, No. I think we should let Stalin take over all of Eastern Europe. But he was such a strategic genius that won World War II. No. His very deliberate strategy of letting the Soviet Union take over all of Eastern Europe, was deliberate, and it created the strength in the Soviet Union that you saw during the Cold War, and arguably the trickle-down effects of FDR and of him enabling that and enabling a lot of other things and whatever is the reason we have the country we have today. And not to mention the New Deal, disaster, the modern federal state that he created, disaster, etc. A
coherent thought in their head and form it within a sentence without it contradicting itself. Now look,
look at Social Security. you know? And look, I'm not one of the conservatives who says Republicans should campaign against Social Security, because that's political suicide. I mean, I understand that. Okay? And I absolutely think that people who paid into it should get their money. Now, I think there should be an opt-out of the payroll tax. I think maybe we should end it for the future just because it's... But you can never do any of those things. But notice what it does, right? I think it's very deliberate by FDR. Notice the structure of it. It's mandatory. You pay the government. They give your money back, whatever. What Social Security basically does is it holds the political system hostage till the end of time. Tell me I'm wrong, right? Because look at it today. It's like this huge issue. Republicans sometimes and occasionally are like, well, you have to reform Social Security. But you really can't say that because it's political suicide. And then who are the conservatives in the country on average? Who are the Republican voters? It's older people. And so it's like, and that's just generally true. Conservatives tend to be older because they're more mature, etc. Like, so what FDR has given us through Social Security is basically a way to like make the country go broke and enable the left forever, because it's forever going to hold the political system hostage. Republicans can't do anything about it. I'm not necessarily even saying they should, because it's like that's political suicide, but you see what they've done here, right? You see what they've done. And it was always going to favor the liberals and the Democrats and the Liberal Party, because you know, they're always going to be the ones who say, well, we're going to protect Social Security, and those conservatives want to get rid of it, and the old people who usually otherwise would vote Republican are like, oh no. Scumbag. And then not only that, but because of a stupid cripple, joking, okay, I'm not able, okay, no, sorry, I don't mean that. No. He's stupid and a cripple, not that he's a stupid cripple. He's a guy who was stupid and a cripple. YouTube, okay? Stupid and a cripple. Because of that, people like me have to pay payroll taxes that we're never getting back, all because some stupid communist with polio decided that I was not smart enough to handle my own retirement, which I very much am. FDR, my IQ is higher than yours, first of all. Second of all, you suck. Third of all, you weren't smart enough to predict Pearl Harbor, quote unquote. You're not smart enough to solve the Great Depression. What the heck do you know about my retirement however many decades later? Okay, screw you, screw FDR. FDR sucks. And what else can I say?
I realize that this video is getting kind of long, so what I'm gonna...
Okay, so there's the end of Actual Justice Warrior. All right, let's do Shapiro. I don't know if we're gonna get to black conservative perspective, which... Are we snubbing the black guy? That's bad. I'm so canceled. But let's... I know people are here for Shapiro, so we'll do Shapiro's video last. And then we'll do Q&A for a few minutes, and then I'll call it a night, okay? But let's get ready for that, chat. If you got questions, or you want to talk about this or that, you can start sending them. Super chats, obviously, will get prioritized in the chaos of the chat. But, yeah, we'll do that soon. Okay, Nielsen for $5 says, one final blessing before I drop. I hope that's a sleep and not the other type of drop. But thank you very much for the 5. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it. Stefan Nielsen, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We salute you. We salute you. Okay. All right. Ben Shapiro. Last one of the night. But okay, I should have said this earlier. Okay. Before we do that,
everybody eventually learns English, and even if your parents come here and they don't learn English, the next generation learns the language, and that...
Everyone do me a favor, if you can open another tab or whatever, go comment on Actual Justice Warriors. Where's his comment section? Okay. Go comment, go like my comment or whatever. But go comment, praise in the chat. Thanks for covering Vince Dow. Vince Dow sent me, or say Vince Dow sent me, or if you want to use your own comment, go ahead. But you can say, Vince Dow sent me, whatever. Go do that in Actual Justice Warrior, and of course, go do that in Matt Walsh's.
Society can hold together where people have nothing in common. They don't speak the same language. They don't practice the same things. And you may look at something like just food habits.
Okay, go do that in Matt Walsh's too. Okay, like my comment, obviously. And then I don't know, Vince Dow sent me, shout out Vince Dow, whatever you want to comment. Just go share some love to the people who have featured us, obviously. Do it for Paul Joseph Watson, and do it right now. Do it right now for Ben Shapiro, too.
We're talking 98% of the time.
Here's Ben Shapiro.
The ladder of success is actually pretty available to most people if you make basic responsible decisions, and communities that tend to
hold on, let me see. Did he do clip it into a video yet? He did. Oh shoot, I did not comment on this one. Let me leave a comment myself. That was me in the panel. Thanks for covering it, Ben. Very cool. Okay. All right. Go leave a like on my comment on Ben Shapiro's channel and leave your own comment. Okay, be sure to do that. Vince Dow sent me. Shout out Vince Dow. Whatever you want to say, but be sure to do that. Okay, be sure to do that. All right, here we go. Purple-haired leftist can't handle red-pilled Asian American. Okay.
Things that I like today. There's a clip that went viral yesterday of a vice.
What a drawing of Ben Shapiro.
I like today.
Look at his eye. Wait, you guys can't see it. I'm stupid. Look at those eyebrows. Why is Ben Shapiro's like Asian? Like this is like Asian Ben Shapiro. Which I did for the Asian panel. That's an interesting decision. Like his eyes are like so small and he's like kind of yellow. But then look at his eyebrows. There's a very, very exaggerated eye. That's an interesting drawing. Okay.
There's a clip that went viral yesterday of a Vice panel. So Vice does these panels of various young people talking about politics. And this particular panel.
Yeah, we got Matt Schaefer in the chat for $5. Says, did you see Walsh's Tennessee hearing? Not yet. I have not seen that. Thank you for the
extraordinarily amusing. Because you can see the woke in action, like in full action. In this particular clip, there's a young Asian man.
Okay, all right. Someone says black conservative perspective is the best, at least feature 5 minutes. Okay, fine. Because one random person in the chat asked, unironically, we'll do it. Fine. Man of the people. So true.
Was talking about how Asians outperform, economically speaking. They have really low crime rates and why that is. And the shock and utter kind of disdain that everyone else on the panel has for this person saying perfectly obvious things, it's amazing because they just assume everybody around them is going to agree that it must be some form of white privilege or racism that is to blame for this. Here is, this clip is an amazing clip. Here we go.
Statistically, it is true that Asians, right, on average, make more money, in terms of medium, make more money, better test scores, get into better college.
I will say about this, not that I exactly copied anyone, but the kind of, when I was going into this debate, I thought about how should you carry yourself? Because you could argue that the way I was is not really me. Because you see me on, I'm actually I'm energetic and, I like to make jokes. I like to mess around. But also on this panel, I was like, well, this is a huge audience. It's what's the best way to pitch yourself? And so the reason I'm bringing this up is because what I kind of thought too was well, historically, these types of panels have been big conduits for that viral moment, that owned epic style moment, right? And so I kind of thought, well, there was that sort of Ben Shapiro. You remember that very famous thing with the transgender dude in 2015, right? Do you remember that? where Zoe Tur, is that his name? Whatever, was like, you're gonna be in an ambulance, that thing, and he was just like stoic the whole time and very like factual, and that was kind of so I kind of thought about that, and I was like, I feel like that's what people like, is like on the thing like this, is that owned type of thing. So I was like, okay, so I'll show up in a suit, be super like stoic and unemotional the whole time, and let them get unemotional at me, and just be like, well, here's your common sense spitting to your face. And so I will credit Ben Shapiro, because like his very old viral clips that I remember from high school were kind of what gave me the sort of like inspiration of like how I should handle this, which I think worked out very well, right? Because I could have gone on there and been more like funny and like trolled Zied more or whatever, but like then I don't think as many people would have liked it. Like there would be people who would be like, that was epic, you owned him, but also like, I don't know, I have like a lot of different people saying you did such a good job, that people you wouldn't expect. And so I think it was ultimately effective. But
just all that stuff. I think the question is, why is that? And I don't.
Vince, I got invitation to join National Honor Society as a sophomore. Should I join or more or no? Is it the National Honor Society, or is it like there's the scam ones? Honestly, they're all a scam, because what does it really mean? Oh, college, you saw you joined the National Honor Society. Like, what does that? Who cares? Who cares? Everyone's a part of it. But if it's like $5, I guess, or whatever, put it on your application. But if it's like the National Society of Scholars, like that one's just a scam. Everyone gets that email, and it's worthless. National Honor Society, yeah, that's okay, but I would still say, who really cares? But I don't know, ask your counselor or something. We're at 969 likes, chat. Can we get to 1,000 likes? 1,000. Last time I'm going to shill the likes tonight, but 1,000 likes. Can we hit it? Can we hit it? Insane support tonight, guys. I appreciate it. Epic 8 for $2.01 says, first rule of debate, first one to get mad loses. It's true. Thank you for the $2.01.
I don't know, model minority, whatever that label wants to mean.
That's actually a myth, because we cannot be...
Well, no, listen. Well, let me finish my point. We need to observe what makes people successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not of everyone, but are generally true, usually you have families that are sticking together. You have, people are taught to work hard in school, not get into trouble. I think that translates to why Asians en masse are successful. And I don't think you have to be Asian or white, for that matter, to not have kids out of wedlock, not, commit crime, not cause trouble, or whatever it is. It's just a matter of common sense. That's what makes people successful.
I feel like that's a very Shapiro clip, which is why it's kind of like ironically but unironic, but you know what I mean, like funny that like he's reacting to this, because like that's a very I remember Shapiro like saying that in like college lectures, like in high school, like I used to watch like those YAF epic owned Ben Shapiro, like it's parallel, it's not wrong, but it's like it's funny. It's like, yes, that is the clip Ben Shapiro likes. It's real.
I love the faces of the people around him. He's saying perfectly obvious things. There's great social science data to suggest this is the case. That if you wish to be successful in American life, you basically need to do 3 things. Graduate high school, don't have a baby out of wedlock, get a job. Those are the 3 things. If you do that, then you will not be permanently poor in the United States. Like, we're talking 98% of the time. The ladder of success is actually pretty available to most people if you make basic responsible decisions, and communities.
DK says, just saw you on Matt Walsh, subscribed. Very cool. Thank you, DK. Oops. Wait.
That tend to value education and family, and where mom and dad are both present, and where a lot of time is spent in school, and where people put a lot of focus on studying. Of course, those cultures are going to do better. And that has nothing to do with race. The guy says it has nothing to do with race, and all these people are just freaking out. You got purple.
Well, according to the one girl in the orange, it actually does have to do with race, because that's a erasure of culture. So
haired lady who is Asian making the I can't believe I'm hearing this face. You have a guy who also.
Do you Ben? Do you mean she said, Word! White people! White people. White people. White people.
So appears to be maybe Indian or Pakistani, who's just freaking out. How could someone say? Did you just say?
This is a cool angle. I like this angle. He's like, what? Why couldn't Matt Walsh do this? Probably doesn't have the second camera. This is a sick angle. Okay, this could be a meme. Am I wrong? This could be a meme format. This is real. Okay? This is like, yeah, no, it's true. I'm like the shadow. I'm the shadow president of the Daily Wire. Like I'm only through a screen. Okay. I'm like secretly giving commands to Ben Shapiro. That's what this looks like. Like I'm like he's Darth Vader. I'm like Emperor Palpatine. You know. Your son is alive. How is that possible? I can sense it. Like that. It's so true.
Hey, people shouldn't have.
Saw you on Matt Walsh. Subscribe. Screenshot it. Well, I'll do it later, of course.
Single parent. You said people should get married.
I just wanted noted. I was subbed before everyone was talking about you. Well, shout out John. Okay, we love our OGs, our senior citizens. our seniority citizens, I should say. So
married? Oh my god! You have another Asian guy sitting next to this Asian guy, and he's so uncomfortable, deeply uncomfortable. Like amazing stuff. But again, you are not.
This is so iconic. Like this. Look at this. Is that not? Is it just me, or is that like iconic? And the red on the left, like the red light. Dark Dao, Dark Vinny is emerging. Okay. This is like I'm literally Emperor Palpatine. Am I wrong?
Not allowed in the cult. When you're in the cult of racial equity or gender identity.
Just left for 2.5 hours and pressure's still going. Built different.
And who questions the cult must be treated as though what they're saying is absolute anathema. That it's insane. It's insane to suggest that personal agency has something to do with your success or failure in life. That is the thing that the left can't stand more than anything else. And that is where, you wonder where wokeism crosses streams with the rest of the left-wing agenda. I mean, the answer is that the entire basis of wokeism springs from a sort of Marxist theory, which is that people are not responsible for their own decisions, that all failures in your life are due to some sort of evil.
I broke these Ray-Bans the other day. Very irresponsible. They were on the bed, and I lied on them. They're not broken. I'm not that fat, but they are kind of bent in. You see this? Like they don't feel right anymore. It's very sad. I can't believe that. This is just horrible. Very irresponsible. This is exposed. This is what VinceDao is doing with your super chat money. He's breaking his Ray-Bans. So over.
Capitalist or traditionalist mindset.
Jaw Tooth, who is verified, says hi, lol. What's up, Jaw Tooth? Good to see you.
Has been imbued throughout society. And if you obliterate those structures, then everybody will finally be equal. Everybody will bloom anew. That is where they cross streams, is lack of personal responsibility and blaming society for all of your problems. That's really where the commonality lies. Whenever anyone suggests that personal responsibility is the answer to
Don't buy expensive sunglasses. I disagree. I think that expensive sunglasses and watches are actually traditional and traditionally masculine. I feel like when you're buying expensive fanny packs and shirts and shoes, I feel like that's modernist. I understand, but I feel like Ray-Bans, Rolexes, those are not that I have a Rolex. This is a guest watch. Okay, it's only $200, but there's something classy about that. Okay. So no hate against the knockoff shades, but I feel like that's some of the acceptable things to buy expensive as a man, as a token of success or treating yourself. Watches, sunglasses, cars. You know what I mean? But I would say, like, what you're getting, like, supreme, what, like, yeah, I think that's, like, modern and just dumb, you know? But, like, you get rich, you buy yourself a Rolex. That's Chad. That's cool, you know? And I think that's a symbol of, like, true, real wealth. Who buys fanny packs? Well, you see it, right? They wear, like, the supreme fanny pack. Well, that was more like when I was in high school, but they still do the fanny pack thing. But it's like the fanny pack, the hypebeast outfit, okay? The hypebeast thing. And then the shoes and stuff.
2% of all.
Trucks, not cars. Well, trucks are cars, but you could do that. I would do a Mustang myself, okay? But trucks are cool, too.
All of your problems in life, 92% is a low-end estimate, man. That the vast majority of your problems are solvable by...
Marta H for $10. Thank you very much. And she sends, what is that? Very interesting. That looks like, it looks like YouTube trying to do a minion, but it's like a non-copyrighted minion, so it's blue. And rolling around laughing. Well, I'm glad, sorry, Martha. Did I say Marta? Martha H, I'm glad you're having a fun time. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it.
If you're not talking about a debilitating health crisis, if you're a sentient human, the vast majority of your own problems
just subbed. Very epic. Thank you.
Are solvable by you.
Real.
First of all, the fact that there are people out there who find that enervating is shocking to me. That should be the most energizing idea ever. It's saying that you can actually succeed if you take your life in hand. That is a much better outlook on life than society is victimizing me. And you see that guy over there who's having a bad life? It's probably because society is victimizing him as well.
Well, that's the problem. Leftism, liberalism, whatever, like it's built on laziness. You know, that's kind of why I talked earlier about why, like, the prolonged adolescence thing, why the system tries to keep you as a child as long as possible nowadays. Because, like, I mean, it is true, yes, adult brains would say, oh, of course, work hard, of course, don't commit crime. But they don't have adult brains, you know, it's like, that's why they're leftists, you know. I mean, look at the Indian, sorry, Bangladeshi, look at him, like, he's a son of the Citibank CEO, billionaire, never worked hard a day in his life, now just does, like, grifty nonprofits and activism. He doesn't really work, he doesn't really do anything, he just lives, like, the trust fund kid lifestyle, and but he doesn't even make it cool. He doesn't make it cool. He makes it like left wing, you know. He can't. So it's like, well, whatever, right? That's all he does. And so that is the issue, you know. That's the problem.
You can have sympathy for your fellow human being to give them a hand up or help them out, give charity, give people jobs, and do all those things. And that's a good thing to do. But the reality is that the person won't take the job because they're busy complaining about how society is victimizing them. Well, there's not much you can do about that. When you have a person saying common sense things and everybody reacting like this, it is an indicator of where we are going as a society. So good for this guy on this Vice panel. And I have to say, the reactions are absolutely...
Thank you, Ben. Very epic. Again, be sure to, let's see. Be sure to go comment. Make sure you drop my name when you comment. Very cool. Do we have comments? You should offer Vince Dow the $50 million contract. So true. Sorry, I'll just scroll up. So true. We don't have enough Vince Dow comments. Guys, go leave a comment. Come on. You got 271. If half of you leave a comment, we are in good shape. All right, go leave a comment. That name drops me. Whatever you want to do.
Hilarious. When you watch this clip and you see all the people around this level-headed Asian person, you know, wanting to die because he's saying true things, just remember, we all will die.
Okay, Lionel Messi. I don't know who that is. Is that the MAGA communism guy? I already told you what I think of it, if that's the case, okay? And I don't really care to hear out the argument. Oh, MAGA-based communism. It's like, you're like, that's just nerdy and like weird and like, what are you even talking about? People get so like obsessed. These like perpetually online, not you, but I'm saying the people behind like MAGA communism. So many like terminally online people get so like over themselves about their like stupid LARPy fake ideologies, and it's all a bunch of nonsense. He's a soccer player? Okay, my bad then. But he always keeps asking about MAGA communism. No, I know Messi is a football player. I'm talking about Caleb Mountain, whoever that is. Of course, I know who Messi is, okay? I'm not talking about Messi. I'm talking about the guy Lionel Messi in the chat keeps asking about. That's who I'm talking. Of course, I know who Messi is, okay? I'm not that ignorant. Not that ignorant, okay? I'm a wise wizard. So true.
And this is why you need life insurance. I know that's a dark transition, but it happens to be the case. If you're a responsible human being, you need to make sure that God forbid something happens to you. You're walking down the street and Acme Anvil flies out of a third-story window. Agents, they can help recruiter.com. And if you're really W I already have, or 13 years K through 12. There's only one problem with that, which is that our schools are already failing. According to Fox Baltimore, after Fox 45's Project Baltimore report uncovered 23 schools in Baltimore City had 0 students, 23 schools, 0 students who tested proficient in math. Some leaders representing...
I think that's it, actually. Okay, that is it. Cool. All right. I said I would do actual, black conservative perspective. Getting tired here. Last one. All right, last video. We'll play some of this. Okay. Again, though, go comment on the Ben Shapiro video. Okay. Appreciate it in advance. All right.
Hi, Nicole. Happy 2020.
People are saying this is actually the best video of them all. So we'll see.
Hi, Nicole.
Honey, you're white. Deal with it. So here's the individual in question. You know, we know about. Okay.
Happy 2023. So you are white, and I'm Asian with a little bit of a golden hue. It's okay to acknowledge our differences. And since you're not very
41 years old again. 41 allegedly.
Familiar in talking about race.
Which she, again, good for her. She looks pretty young. Okay, she does not look that old. But I'm talking about the behavior.
Reading this book, so you want to talk about race.
White people. White people. White people.
Maybe it can help you out.
This is so on point, right?
Kimchi slaps by your funny unnie. Wow. Yeah, funny unnie. That's what's funny. Apparently, she is considered a comedian. Like, that's her profession, her technical occupation. Are you guys laughing? What, people? Word!
Because why are we having to coddle white people and protect their belief that they're not racist, that they can't be racist because they're not?
We should make content reacting to her podcast. Like, I feel like that'd be kind of fun, actually. I might have to do that. Like, I don't, apparently she has a podcast. It would be content, would it not, chat? I don't know. I'm thinking, maybe. Now, I don't want it to come off as like rent-free behavior. Oh, you're so obsessed with your ops from the panel. That's the only thing. Like, I don't want to do that because I don't care. I'm just saying, like, considering how ridiculous everything she believes is, like, would it not be good content to react to her podcast?
Outright racist.
She's the character from the Velma. Yeah, real.
You know what I mean?
She's like all of them in one.
Why is that the priority and not the fact that we are getting
white people
cut down everywhere we turn?
We are getting cut down everywhere we turn. That's a bold take. Let's see what substantiation there is for that.
That's our daily existence.
Her daily existence is getting cut down. Again, evidence, source. Hey, do you have a source for that? Hey. That is not backed by my peer-reviewed studies.
All right, guys. So I stumbled across this clip of this based Asian who.
Let's go. Look at my African American over there. Are you the greatest? It's so true.
He sounds.
What a king.
Sounds conservative. I'm not sure if he's actually conservative.
Yes.
Politically, but he sounds pretty conservative.
They called you a banana. Well, then I guess truly it's peanut butter jelly time, okay? It's peanut butter jelly time. Way yeah. So true.
Because nowadays, being for, equal rights for...
I've seen this guy on Shorts, I believe, before. I've never actually watched his videos. I've not even watched this one, but he seems cool. I like his personality. Okay? It's real. It's real. All right. As someone from the streets myself, as someone who grew up in the harsh suburbs of the San Fernando Valley, I relate. He's real.
Okay, being colorblind, okay, loving America, loving this country, and common sense is now, you know, conservative. That's a conservative thing, right? So I mean, I guess I guess you could say he's conservative, but he's definitely based for sure. He is going to trigger a panel of leftists and simps with just basic facts and logic on a variety of social.
Stop saying African American. It's a joke. It's because it's a Trump quote, dude. Do you not know that? It's a Trump quote. Look at my African American over there. Are you the greatest?
Topic. So
do we need... I realize that there are probably people who are not even in politics in 2016, so I have to prove that this is real. Okay.
You know what I say now? When we have a protester inside,
this is me watching this video. It's so true.
Which isn't even very often. I say, be very gentle. Please don't hurt him. We had a case where we had an African-American guy who was a fan of mine. Great fan. Great guy. In fact, I went...
So true. We had an African-American guy who was a fan of mine. Great guy. Great guy. So true.
Find out what's going on with him.
I want to find out what's going on with him. It's so true. I sent him a DM today.
You know what I'm... Oh, look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest?
Is he the greatest? Is he the greatest? It's so true. All right, let's get back to the video. Oops, now we lost it. Okay, well, black conservative perspective. All right.
Topic. So I want to break down this debate, this clip here from Vice, and kind of give you guys my opinion on it. But first, we have to have a word from the sponsor of this video.com.
Nothing in common. They don't speak the same language. They don't practice the same
here's
thing.
This, you know, assimilation, blah blah blah. Okay, let's see.
Saw them as dangerous.
Not really. Well, yes.
I want to controversial, but some of you guys may find what I'm saying here to be controversial, but I'm just saying it based off the facts, because many studies have found that racial diversity is associated with more crime in neighborhoods. And what I mean by racial diversity, what it really means is cultural diversity, right? This is rooted in what they call social disorganization theory. Okay, you study this stuff when you study sociology, and
I mean it's to an extent, yeah. I mean, it's always going to be typically, you know, a racial group is going to have its own culture. But I get what he's trying to say.
In college, which basically says that racially diverse settings undermine social cohesion among residents and neighbors, you know, in a neighborhood or whatever, right? In my opinion, I think it is not because of their race per se, it's because of cultural differences, right? And I think that is why you see more crime, and that's why I think, generally speaking, I think people should try to assimilate into the dominant culture.
Correct. Okay,
and when you have cultures that are clashing too much, like we...
If you say it again, I'll unfollow you. Dude, relax. I'm quoting Donald Trump, okay? I'm quoting Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't say African. If you watch the panel, the first thing I said is I don't believe in the hyphenated American. I don't say Asian American either, okay? It's a Donald Trump quote, and it's quite a funny one. It's quite a funny one. Learn to laugh. What are you, a snowflake? Okay, don't be a snowflake. Don't be a libtard, okay? We can laugh at funny jokes. And I say, look at my African American over there because it's funny and it's epic and it's a go to Donald Trump moment. This is true.
Do right now in America, and it's not even really a racial thing as much as it really is just a political thing. Liberal versus conservative, rural versus urban, woke versus common sense. What you're saying is that there are states like Texas that are routinely talking about succeeding because they don't want to be a part of a country that is being run by a small group of liberals in places like Los Angeles and New York and DC and Chicago, places that are hellholes, right? They're deciding what's best for the whole country, and that creates conflict. But in general, yes, you know, if an immigrant comes over here or something like that, yeah, they should assimilate into the dominant culture, right? They should try to assimilate into America, learn the language, learn the values, learn the customs. Because if you move to another country or any other country on earth, you're going to be expected to do the same thing, right? You just can't go to some other foreign country and start trying to bring your values and trying to change things.
So true. Okay, chat, do you guys want to finish this? We can. Or we can do Q&A. I don't know. If we continue this, there's less interaction with you guys. It's your call. Your call. One in the chat if you want me to continue this. Two in the chat if you want me to just go to Q&A and then call it night.
Things and to do things your way. No, you got to do the things the way that country does. You got to speak their language. You got to follow their laws. You got to follow their rules. You got to follow their customs. That's just how it is. And it should be the same here in America. And it's hilarious because the woke leftists are always preaching to us about how we need to be more like Norway and Sweden and Finland. We need to be more like the Nordic countries. But they always leave out the fact that
they're very homogenous, yes.
Those countries are racially and culturally homogeneous, right? They are.
Sorry, homogeneous. Okay, I say it. I gotta be hip. I gotta be with the kids these days.
I always leave that out. I think that some of the best things about those countries, again, controversial statement here, is probably.
Okay, I literally forgot. So 2 means Q&A, right? Is that what it means? I forgot what I told you guys. I literally forgot. It's getting late. I forgot what I told you guys. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Okay. All right, we'll go to Q&A. Shout out Black Conservative Perspective though. Before we call it a night. Not before we call it a night. Before we do, go leave a comment. Vince Dow sent me or whatever you want to say. But yeah. All right. Let's go to Q&A chat. All right. So, for people who are new, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's called Q&A. Okay, it's called Q&A. It's not, but I always knock this over because I ram into the chair. I ran the chair into the cabinet here because I'm reckless, and it always falls over. Not good. Okay, but obviously, you want question prioritized, send the super chat. If not, I'm picking at random. So let's do it. All right. Vince Dow for president from Reddit football memes. See, here's the thing. All right. People don't like this. But I don't want to run for office. I'm not saying it will never happen. Because, think about it too. Every great politician in history, what do they always say in the beginning? I don't want to do it. Right? But so that's true. But my whole thing is this. All right. I want a life where I come home to my children every night, right? Because that's like the most important thing in life for me is I want to raise a family, have lots of kids, live off the grid. Hopefully keep my family relatively private. I mean, I'm a public figure. It's never going to be perfect on that front, but, not in the sense where they're like watching our every, let me zoom in a little bit. Not in the sense where they're watching our every move every like 2 seconds, right? And live semi off the grid. And I can't do that as a politician, or at least especially a federal politician, right? Like if I were to be in Congress, I'd have to live half of my life in DC, away from family, away from my kids, away from my wife. And God bless the people who do that for noble reasons, because it's not easy. But I want to come home to my kids. I want to have the time to raise them. And I just feel like I couldn't do that as a politician. And I look at like Ted Cruz's, doesn't Ted Cruz have like a crazy bisexual daughter or whatever? Mitch McConnell has like kids who literally like make content. Doesn't his daughter literally like attack him on TikTok, and she's like total libtard and all that stuff. And I'm sure they didn't do the best parenting job, but also like how could they? How could they if they were never, they don't live a life that's able to be there. And so like I don't know. there is that. I also don't think that's my role in this movement. I think my role is in the media. I'm a good speaker. Okay, not in an arrogant sense, but like I feel like that's my strength. People would agree. I'm good at this. I'm good on camera, right? I'm good at like building a brand and stuff. You know, like the following I have and whatnot. You know, that even like before a Daily Wire or Vice, like the brand that I've built, like I don't have consultants. I don't have like someone like running the brand for me, which maybe I wish I did because it'd be easier. But like I have a mind for that stuff, right? I have a mind for marketing, growth. Like this is my world, if that makes sense. Like politics is not my world. Media is my world, right? There's different kind of worlds, and I feel like that's where I fit in, and like being a voice as a cultural figure and changing politics that way. I feel like that's my duty. That's my role. I feel like that's what God has given. Now, I'm not going to say I know what his plan is, but I feel like instinctively I believe that's why God gave me the gifts that he did, but not give me other things that I feel like would make me better for politics. Because I'm not that tall. I'm only like 5'8". I'm not tall, you know. Am I particularly handsome? I don't know. I'm saying I'm like average. And do I necessarily have the best mind for politics? I don't know. I don't believe so. Now, the reason you say I should be president or run for office is because a lot of people's understanding of politicians is what they see on the camera, what they see on the Fox News hit. I don't deny I'd be good at that. I'd be very likable. It's at least to the base and stuff. But like I said, I just don't see it as my role. My role, I feel like, is to change culture, to change hearts and minds, and influence the politicians is what ideally I would. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, CL for $20. Let's go. Says, when is Daily Wire getting Vince's own show? Keep up the good work. 1v7 still won the debate. I have not fielded any offers from the Daily Wire or any network, okay, for the record. But I would talk. I would talk, okay? You know, but I don't know. But thank you very much for the 20. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it. 1v7 still won the debate. I will say it was really 2v7, okay? Not going to throw my boy Vish under the bus like that, but it is true. It is true. Thank you very much, CL. I appreciate it. And, you know, hope to see you around. Hope you stick around and, you know, we'll all watch the channel grow together, will we not? Real and true. Real and true. People are begging for normal people to represent them. That's why, not power-hungry fools. I guess I understand that. Yeah. All right, let's see. I'm tall, so I go up to the moon. Real. You should just, like, walk to the moon. Just walk to the moon, bro. This is real and true. Matt Gaetz for president. We need a good-looking man for president. No, I'm not gay. I agree. We do need a handsome guy as president. And I don't say that in a gay way, you know. The issue with Matt Gaetz is totally love Matt Gaetz, but the system has done a lot to sabotage your boy. And I don't know if they let him be president, if you know what I'm saying on that front. But Matt Gaetz, epic. Should we get Matt Gaetz on the show? I do have a contact there. Maybe that's the 100K special. I will try. I'm no guarantees. I will try. Okay? But Matt Gaetz, we know someone there. Okay, we know someone there. Maybe, not promises. Madison Cawthorn, he's not in Congress anymore, but he follows me on Instagram, and then he knows personally. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe we could make something happen. Maybe we'll for 100K. Or maybe we get a Daily Wire host on the show. Wouldn't that be crazy? Michael Knowles interview on this channel. I don't know. Now I will say I don't have any contacts there. Okay, I don't know. I've met Michael a few times. I doubt he remembers that. I don't know any of the Daily Wire people personally, for the record. Okay, So people are like, oh, they're like propping you up because they're gonna sign you. Well, I would be epic, but I don't even know them. Okay, I don't know them personally, but I could maybe get Gates on the show. Matt Schaefer for $2 has talked to Crowder and Gates. I don't have a personal contact to Crowder either, but I would do that too. But I don't know. We'll see. Well, I'll try to do something. All right, I'll see what I can do. Your boy will put his networking skills to the test. Okay? His networking skills to the test. Vince, would you riz up Brett Cooper? No, because that is unprofessional. But secondly, she's taller than me, so it can't work. Can't work. She is taller than me from my recollection. So I can't have a girl who's taller than me. You know? You got to be under 5'8". Michael will do it. I'm sure he would, but I don't know how to get in contact with him. Like I don't think he's morally opposed to it. I think he just has a very busy contact list. I don't know how I. Do you guys have ideas on how to pull that? I don't know. DM him on Instagram. I tried. You know, what is there an email? I don't know. I'm unaware. Okay, I'm unaware. Maleep for $2 says, "Do you watch Salty Cracker?" I do not, but I heard he did a stream about me or whatever, so I'll go check that out when I have the chance. Paul Joseph Watson made a video on you. I know we reacted to that in the stream. If you want to, when the stream's over, you can see it on the replay. Try to get on Joe Rogan one day. Would you get Paul Joseph Watson on the show? Of course. I don't have a contact there either. Okay, we're working on it. I'll see. Okay. Hit him up on Twitter. The dude doesn't even have his Twitter DMs open, bro. Okay, here, let me tell you this. If you guys really want it to happen, then what you really have to do, okay? And I'm not saying do this or don't. You guys as the fans have to like demand it so that they see. You know, in the comment section of YouTube, Twitter and YouTube. Okay, if you really want to see that, I'm not demanding you to do that, but what I'm saying is I don't have personal contacts to these people, sadly, and so it would take that. You know what I mean? Get a membership for the Wire and call up Knowles on his show. Just embed the request in question. But then that seems like very like fan behavior, you know. It's not a professional medium of communication. So, SR Mono for 2 says, "What is a woman?" I will reiterate the Walsh answer. It is an adult human female designed by God. I'll add that bit on it too. So thank you very much for the $5. Says, okay, so Jackson for 5 says, get all the Florida boys on stream. Gates, Sabatini, Trump. Let me call up Donald Trump. Let me see. Let me call up Donald. Let me just, I'm going to ring Donald Trump right now. It's happening. All right, we're gonna get Donald Trump on the show. Real. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. Thank you guys for the 5s. Where did you grow up, Vince? I grew up in the San Fernando Valley of California. In fact, let me see. Let's see if I can look it up or whatever. Internet's being slow, not going to happen. Oh, well, let's see. Yeah, I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, kind of near Northridge. You know where the earthquake? You heard of the Northridge earthquake? That's like where I lived growing up. See if I could. No, never mind. It's too much work. Yeah, San Fernando Valley, California. Fun fact about it. Not even to be grotesque, it's true. That's where the porn industry is located. It is headquartered out of. So you have Hollywood. I did not grow up there. I grew up in the porn part, which is disgusting and vulgar and wretched. So, John gave Vince Don's number. Yo, real? So true. Let me call him up. Yo, Mr. President, what's up? Mr. President, what's up? Hey, I've heard Vince is 6'12", real. This is true. Hey Vince, when is the Discord coming out? I don't know. Probably, hopefully in the next few weeks. It's gonna be a members Discord though, because it would get chaotic otherwise, and I gotta have some incentive for the membership. So, but probably, definitely by March. Hopefully sooner than that. I am quite busy, but I don't know. Maybe the individual watching who is helping out with that can text me personally a status update. I don't know. Just watched Matt Walsh came here to subscribe. Thank you very much, Lee DeZone. Very epic. You could use the Vice reactions to your comments to teach a masterclass on body language. This is real. Would you get Andrew Yang on the show? I mean, if I had like a podcast where I interviewed a lot of people, I mean, I would try for like diversity of guests, sure. But he'd be hard to reach, and it's like, I'm not going to waste time and resources trying to like pull the attention of Andrew Yang, right? Of all people. Like there's like cooler people I'd get. So, but you know, one day when we have Vince Cast IRL, one day when you have a whole podcast, then maybe, right? Maybe. Vince, we're gonna get you on Timcast, on God. Real. Eminence. Mitch Lozado for $5. Thank you very much. God bless you. Mitch says, hey, I'm from Granada Hills, 818. Me too. Not Granada, but I am from the 818. 818 gang, let's go. Let's go. The mean streets of the valley. Hey, we from the valley, fool. Mitch, have you ever seen that one channel? I think he deleted it, but it was called like Schooly Dooley. And it was run by like this stoner guy, but like he made like hilarious parodies of like how people act. It was always like, in the valley, fool. He made hilarious videos about the valley. And he'd be like, hey, Cleveland, fool. Everyone got the blanket. Like, I don't remember them, but they were quite good. Schooly Dooley, the good old days. Get Andrew Tate. Okay, if he ever gets out of jail, I don't know. If he does, that would be like very epic. Okay, that'd be big. That would be a big interview. But like, we got one step at a time. We got a step time. Okay. Because I would love for Andrew Tate to come on and scream about me in terms of like how I'm wasting my life. Like, can you imagine what that would do? Like, I already have been working harder this year. Could you imagine if he came on and just like Aiden Ross to me and just like, dude, like we would take over the world. So I think that needs to happen. So this is real. This is so real. You have not heard. Let me see if that YouTube channel still exists. I doubt it does. I think I remember. I looked and he like deleted his stuff. But that guy Schooly Dooley. Oh no, my browser's not even working right now. Matt Walsh was the first to mention your name and say you had a channel. Yeah, I know. Real. So big ups to Matt Walsh for that. That was very cool. How much of what you said on the debate was not included in the final edit? Nothing super important. I mean, there's a few parts. I will be honest, a lot of the stuff that really got cut out hard was, I would actually agree it was uninteresting. Like, the stuff about the food habits that I referenced slightly, you can kind of tell, not interesting. It was stupid. The SAT, also not interesting, but it's kind of sucks because I did school them pretty hard because I know about the SAT. Shocker, Asian guy knows about the SAT. And so I was, I was like, but, that was what that was. So, real. You got an exam to study for. This is true. This is true, but I probably won't because this weekend is too chaotic in all regards. So, all right, we'll end in like 5 minutes here, okay, chat? So last call, last super chats, regular chats, whatever it is. I say I'm going to end in 5 minutes, which really means 10 because I always find a question I like and I just rant, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Nerding out over the SAT lol. Okay, listen. The fact that I got a good score on the SAT, not that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's cringe. It's stupid. But, okay, I always get in this fight because, you know, I'm not like Ivy League educated. Like the guy, Zayed, he went to Yale. Other people on the panel, Columbia, USC, all this stuff. And so, the nice thing about having a plus 1,500 SAT score is you can literally say your education is useless. And then, no, but, oh yeah, my SAT score is higher than yours, dummy. So, I'm more intelligent than you, okay? So don't come at me, I went to Yale and they taught me this in Harvard class. Like, be quiet. Be quiet. Your education is meaningless. And I know that because, you know, well, actually, no, I'm pro SAT because the SAT is a test of intelligence. I want to say intelligence, but academic ability. And so that aspect of intelligence. And, you know, it actually is a very strong metric of your success in college. Very strong. Very strong. One of the most effective tests there is out there. And that's precisely why the left wants to get rid of it so bad, is because, you know, there's a whole push to get rid of the SAT, get rid of standardized testing. It's because standardized testing actually is an effective metric of what it's trying to measure, and the results of that are not convenient to the social narratives of the left. That's all I'm going to say. And that's why they want to get rid of it, because there's those disparities. And so that's the reason why. Dollar for two says Valentine's Day is stupid, and so is Kwanzaa. So true. Kwanzaa is not even a real holiday. I don't know. Valentine's Day, I mean, it is corny, but it's also like, what is it encouraging in a way? It's encouraging like romance. It's encouraging like love and connection. And so I would argue, I don't see an issue. If you choose not to participate, whatever. But you know, first of all, it is a rather old aspect of American culture. And, you know, you call it superficial, whatever, but at least it vaguely encourages romance in a culture of non-romance, right? So, real. Matt, for $5, and unless we get more super chats, this will be the last question of the night. What would you change about public schools? Do you really need college? I would, well, first of all, I would largely introduce more private aspects of public education, you know, because one of the big issues with public schools, forget the curriculum, because of course we changed the curriculum, okay? Obvious. That's like so obvious. Doesn't need to be said. But there needs to be a merit-based approach to education. Not you get promoted based on seniority and the teachers union protects you and you can never get fired. No, there needs to be like any other job in society. You are paid based on your results. You are promoted based on the merit of your results. Okay, so I would change stuff like that. I don't know, more charter, more private, whatever. Do we really need college? Yes and no is my answer. College is always going to have to exist because there has to be higher education. I think less of the population should go to college, right? And that's the way it used to be. You're like middle class people didn't go to college. They just went to trade school or whatever. They just took up a job. That's the way it should be. But I do think you need college for the elites, right? Obviously, elites have to go to college. And I think ideally, that's why you would want colleges to be a conservative institution. Because if conservatives ran society, then conservatives would be the elite. And hence, you'd have a lot of elites who were going to college. But of course you don't, because we don't run society and we're like the powerless people in society. And so what I would say is that in general, more people should avoid college. But I would also say if you're someone who's trying to be a conservative elite, you know, future politician, finance person, lawyer, someone important. That's who you think you ought to be, and that's who. Then I would not say, oh, go to trade school. Because if someone has the potential to do really well in law school and they're going to use that to practice law for conservatives or be a politician or whatever, or, academic, right? They want to be a conservative teacher, a conservative professor, write great literature, whatever it is. You can't it's self-destructive for conservatives to look at that and say, you're trying to be a great philosopher of the West and change civilization in our favor, but I think you should go to trade school because college is stupid. It's no. There is something to be said about how certain people, the 1% of our people, need to go to college so that they can infiltrate the system, eventually take over the system, become the elite, etc. But I would say that our general advice to the general population, not to the high IQ, big-brained, elite viewers of this channel, but the general population, I think, yes, we ought to say, you do not belong in college. You are mediocre. Don't say it, but it's true. You are mediocre. You are middle IQ. There's no reason you should be going to college. You should be in trade school. You should insurance, whatever. Those are the jobs that are meant for you, and that would be that would be better. That would be better. All right, last super chats of the night here. Rowley for $2 says, saw Nick talking trash about white Southerners. Well, this is true. I mean, the guy doesn't actually, it's ironic. He's a white nationalist. The guy actually doesn't like white people. In fact, he talks down on white people and Southerners and the actual right-wing America all the time. He clearly has animosity towards them. And so, what else can we say? I think I would argue Nick Fuentes hates white people just as much as your average leftist. This is true. Jackson Rowell says for $2 says we need more DeSantis types to bully universities. It's so true. It is so true. At VinceDao, people who are telling their favorite content creators what to do with their education are projecting their insecurities. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I get people's concern, but, we talked about it earlier. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, please tell me I'm not a background character, Vince. No, you're not, Grounded King. You are the Grounded King. Of course not. All right, folks, it is 12:41 a.m. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours, 11 minutes. Light work. Word! Word! Said the bird. Bird. So true. Okay. Thank you very much for watching the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Big support tonight. Okay, so shout out to everyone who sent a super chat. Actually, let me see. Can I shout them out? Let me see here. Okay, yeah. Shout out to some of our donors from tonight. I'm not gonna be able to catch you all necessarily, but try to get as many as possible. Your mother was a hamster. Eric Peterson, Gabriel Rod, Dollar for Dollar, Amanda, Zeb, Enclave Nationalist, Tim Allen, Dollar for Dollar again, Zeb. Okay, Mark Ackerman, Steven Nielsen, Matt Schaefer, Epic Ape, Martha H, CL, Malip, SR2 Model, Jackson Rao, Mitch Lozada, and Rowley Gonzalez. If I know that's not all of them, but that's all I see on this list. Okay, but shout out to everyone who super chat. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. That is new. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. One last time before we go, be sure to leave a like on the stream. Okay? Go do it. One last call. And until next time, folks, I'll probably stream... I don't know. I'll let you know when the next stream is, okay? We'll try to stream more than we have been, but... I don't know. We'll try for Sunday. If not Sunday, then maybe... I gotta do a Twitter space on Wednesday. I'll let you guys know. But until next time, folks, Alpha Moves only. God bless. Everyone have a very good night and peace.